Yeah. Well, it's that.
Prime Minister.
Can the country afford this budget, Prime Minister? When do we start paying it back?
State.
I thank my right honourable friend and the chair of the Select Committee for outlining this issue. Look, I know my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Bays, is very keen to ensure that GB businesses have all the information they need. He's right to highlight the fact that a number of the issues we have found is companies in Great Britain not appreciating what they can do in order to continue their smooth supplies to people in Northern Ireland. We want to ensure that that is the case. I would encourage businesses to engage, particularly with the Trader Support Service that is there to help businesses. And as I say, has these phenomenal response rates and success rates in helping business ensure that they can deliver. And it's something that we as a government will continue to fund to ensure that it's there to support business and the people of Northern Ireland.
We now go to Richard Thompson, the SNP spokesperson. Richard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's considerable anecdotal evidence from food producers that exports continue to be below pre-Brexit levels. With the retailer's grace period ending this month, export health certificates will be required for imported chilled and processed meats. How does the UK government plan to ease the specific concerns of the agri-food industry over this requirement ahead of the end of that grace period?
Well, I think, Mr. Speaker, in the classic terms of the House of Commons, I would refer to the honourable gentleman to an answer I gave a few moments ago, and he'll see our position in the written ministerial statement later today that deals with that very issue.
Colin Eastwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the Secretary of State knows, we didn't want Brexit, but we do have the protocol. And the protocol is here to stay, despite what anybody else might say. It does give us a competitive advantage. Will he work with me to make the most of that competitive advantage by getting rid of the Mazen cap and the historic under-provision of university places for Northern Ireland?
Well, I think the honourable gentleman makes a really important point that's worth highlighting. We've got two great universities in Northern Ireland that are globally leading. In fact, one of them recently winning the award for the most entrepreneurial university, and obviously one of the best nursing provision universities in the UK. And that is something we should be proud of. We should be looking at how we can develop and grow that work for the benefit of the universities, for the wider economy, and their phenomenal input and the huge competitive advantage that, yes, Northern Ireland has, not least of all because of the amazing skill sets it has across Northern Ireland. I'm very happy to work with him to ensure that we are developing that, promoting that, and taking advantage of that for the benefit of people in Northern Ireland.
Graham Stringer.
Number 12, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, with permission, I will answer questions 12, 13, 14 and 15 together. The Government is committed to meeting our obligations in a proportionate way, taking account of the Belfast Good Friday Agreement in all its dimensions, north-south and, of course, east-west. As I stated in my answers a few moments ago, we have heard the concerns raised by people and businesses in Northern Ireland, and we are sensitive to the economic, societal and political realities of Northern Ireland. So whilst we have made good progress in line with this pragmatic approach, we are going to be taking forward a series of further temporary operational steps, as I say, details of which will be in the WMS that I'll lay later today.
Problems. We back to
The EU has approached the protocol with a malign and hostile attitude. Wouldn't it make sense to renegotiate it to an agreement of mutual enforcement or trigger Article 16?
Secretary of State.
Well, my focus is on ensuring, and colleagues across government, ensuring that we're able to deliver for the people of Northern Ireland in the most effective, efficient, flexible and fluid way. I will say I think it was good that Vice President Šefčovič, as I said earlier on, met with businesses and civic society in Northern Ireland and is committed to continue to do that so that he can hear directly on the ground the impact that certain things are having, not least of all the action that they took in terms of their movements towards activating Article 16 from the EU side and the impact that had across communities and in terms of people's confidence around that. And I think it is right that the EU understand the impact that has in terms of people's everyday lives in Northern Ireland.
That's said to Matt Weston. Matt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many businesses in Warwick and Leamington, as indeed across the country, have already opted out of supplying to Northern Ireland due to the complexities. Does the Secretary of State accept that the government's denial over the reality of an Irish sea border has actually hampered efforts to prepare British businesses for trade with Northern Ireland and led to the disruption that we're actually seeing today?
Secretary of State.
What I would say to businesses is to encourage them to engage with the trader support service that the government has put in place, that we are funding, that works with businesses, and the businesses who have used that have had great success in continuing to be able to move their products with advice smoothly and fluidly. We have worked with businesses continually through the process as we were in the transition period and since we've left the transition period to ensure that businesses across the United Kingdom can trade across the United Kingdom. But I do recognise there has been issues in the way the protocol has been implemented since the end of the transition period, and that's why we're going to be outlining those measures that we will be in the written ministerial statement later today.
Let's head to Alex Cunningham. Alex.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Hardliner backbenchers in the Secretary of State's own party want to tear up the deal they voted for and place a border on the island of Ireland. Will the Secretary of State today publicly reject the demands of the European Research Group with all the damage and the instability those demands could cause?
Well, as I say, I think the Honourable Gentleman may well have voted for the deal as well. I've been very clear with him. My focus is on ensuring we're delivering exactly what the protocol said, which is to ensure it does not disrupt the everyday lives of people in their communities in Northern Ireland. We've got to make sure that that is the case. That is what the protocol set out to achieve. It has got to be we've also got to make sure that it is respecting all of the peace and prosperity that has been found in Northern Ireland as a result of the Good Friday Belfast Agreement, and that does mean respecting but not just North-South but East-West relations as well.
Let's head to Bill Esterson. Bill.
Trade groups say the Trader Support Service is simply not good enough for the 12,000 traders who need its help. Businesses report that the scheme is providing confusing and conflicting advice. Why on earth is the Northern Ireland Secretary saying the disruption was not envisaged? The problem with the Trader Support Service were known about well before the end of transition, including by the then Department for Leaving the European Union, which warned of problems with additional documentation as long ago as October 2019.
Well, at the end of his question, the Honourable Gentleman was talking about a period of time before the transition period had ended and before the Trader Support Service was outlined and in place. What I would say is that Trader Support Service has over 34,000 registered users now. On average, calls to that service are handled in 6 seconds and 98% of declarations are processed within 15 minutes. That sounds like a pretty good record of success to me. If the Honourable Gentleman's got some examples that go different to that, I'll very happily engage with him directly if he wants to let me know. But that is a track record of success I think that the people involved in the Trader Support Service should be proud of, and more businesses can engage with that and benefit from that, again, for the benefit of those businesses and the people of Northern Ireland.
Samuel Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Even with the grace periods in place, which give exemptions from many of the EU checks which will eventually be required in Northern Ireland, there has been massive disruption of trade as a result of the implementation of the protocol. Does the Secretary of State accept that if the Prime Minister's promise and the protocol's assurance that there will be unfettered trade between GB and Northern Ireland are to be delivered, then something more than an extension of the grace periods are required, and that really there needs to be a reset or rethinking of the agreement so that we have an alternative arrangement such as the mutual enforcement of regulations which would exempt Northern Ireland being subject to EU laws and from the EU European Court of Justice making judgments about this part of the United Kingdom?
Well, I respect the Honourable Gentleman has been consistent in his views on this for a very substantial period, well, at all times. I have also been very clear. We were always determined to ensure that we were able to deliver unfettered access for Northern Ireland businesses to the rest of the United Kingdom, and we have done that. We've also been very clear we want to ensure that free flow and flexible trade across the United Kingdom so that GB businesses can trade into Northern Ireland properly, whilst accepting and acknowledging the reality of the single epidemiological unit of the island of Ireland as the SPS situation does, as has been there, as I said before, in some form or another since the 19th century. That's something that was acknowledged long ago. So that does have absolutely accepted, and we've always outlined, an impact. But we have got to ensure, he's absolutely right, that the people of Northern Ireland can continue to enjoy products and their commercial activities as well as their day-to-day lives in the way that they always have done as members of and part of the United Kingdom.
Can I now welcome the new Shadow Minister to the dispatch box, Alice Davies-Jones.
Mr. Speaker, if businesses had had their voices listened to over the last year, disruption could have been avoided. The Joint Consultative Working Group is a real opportunity for businesses, civic society and politicians in Northern Ireland to have their voices heard, but at the moment all we know about it is that it merely exists. This is a real missed opportunity. So will the Minister commit to giving these groups a real formal role and an input into how the protocol works? Because without them, there can be no decision about Northern Ireland.
Well, first of all, I join others in welcoming the Honourable Lady to her new role. I'm sure she will be able to fight the case for people in Northern Ireland with great strength and passion as well. I look forward to working with her, as I know my honourable friend, the member for Worcester, does. Look, I would just say to her, we've been working with businesses, as I said earlier on, all the way through this process, both through the Business Engagement Forum, which we'll be meeting again shortly. We engaged with businesses with Vice President Šefčovič just a week or so ago to have that direct input. But ultimately, I have to say I'm a Democrat, and I believe in the democratic system of the way that Parliament works and the way that the structures that we've got in place work, and I know the businesses have a full voice within that, and we've ensured that at every stage of the process.
A substantive question to the Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The co-chairs of the UK-EU Joint Committee met last Wednesday to discuss the set of issues with the protocol that need to be addressed to protect those vital links between Northern Ireland and the rest of the United Kingdom. These engagements are supported by regular official level contact, including via the Northern Ireland Specialised Committee, which met last Tuesday, to ensure the protocol operates as intended, with minimum impact on the everyday lives of people in Northern Ireland. And we will continue to discuss all of our implementation efforts through the withdrawal agreement structures, including giving effect to the commitments made at December's Joint Committee. And indeed, there will be an informal meeting with the EU and Vice President Šefčovič later today.
I said to Alan Brown. Alan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Some Northern Irish companies have been boasting about their dual access to both the British and the EU marketplaces for trade purposes. Will the Minister confirm that going forward, companies in Northern Ireland do indeed have great opportunities? And this also creates a relative disadvantage for businesses in Scotland.
Well, as I outlined earlier on in response to an earlier question, I do think Northern Ireland businesses have a huge opportunity and a huge competitive advantage, not least of all because of the amazing skill sets that we see across Northern Ireland in technology, hydrogen, advanced engineering, skill sets, a wide range of things that businesses in Northern Ireland have to promote the advantage that they have in promoting around the world to develop business and more jobs for Northern Ireland.
A substantive question, Secretary of State from Stephen Parry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my engagements with businesses, I've heard directly about the importance of ensuring that processes are streamlined to the maximum extent, and we are working with businesses to ensure that we are delivering on this. Over £200 million has been put into the Trader Support Service, the Movement Assistance Scheme and the UK Trader Scheme to support those businesses. The newly established Digital Assistance Scheme, when fully operational, will also provide a simplified digital process for the certification and verification of goods moving from Great Britain to Northern Ireland. We have and we will continue to address issues that arise, and this will be part of the subject of my written ministerial statement laid later today.
Mr. Speaker, businesses also need stability and legal certainty. In the past few days, we have seen the Northern Ireland Agriculture Minister stressing that he may unilaterally breach commitments under the protocol. So can the Secretary of State give an assurance that the UK Government, as the sovereign party to the withdrawal agreement, will ultimately, in the last resort, if necessary, ensure ongoing legal compliance and that any changes to the protocol are agreed with the European Union?
Well, 2 points I make. As I outlined earlier on, I can confirm that our intention is that no charging regime is required for agri-foods, and my written ministerial statement will confirm that later today. But yes, at all times we will be focused on ensuring we are acting in a fully legal manner and delivering for people in Northern Ireland.
Substantive to the Minister.
This government will always do what it can to champion Northern Ireland tourism, which in normal times includes major sporting events. And I know the Northern Ireland Economy Minister was giving consideration to hosting the World Rally Championship. The Honourable Gentleman for North Antrim has been a strong champion for this in this House. The government will happily support the Executive should it decide to proceed with funding the event, but ultimately this is a matter for the Executive.
Greg Smith. Greg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for that answer. The United Kingdom proudly sits at the heart of global motorsport, including having hosted a round of the World Rally Championship virtually every year since its inception in 1973. So will my honourable friend agree with me that it is important that the UK continues to host a round of this championship, and will he do everything possible to work with the Northern Ireland Executive and all parties involved to see a round of the WRC hosted in Northern Ireland in the coming years?
In wishing my honourable friend a happy birthday, I welcome his points he makes about the UK's leadership in the space of motorsports, and I think Northern Ireland would produce an excellent backdrop for hosting an event of this sort. I would be very happy to continue to work to support the executive in this regard in terms of any future bids.
Final question, John Speller.
Number 21, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Secretary of State and I have regular conversations with ministerial colleagues regarding transport connections, which are particularly important for Northern Ireland given its unique position. Connectivity across the UK is vital to fuel Northern Ireland's economic recovery and strengthen the Union. The Prime Minister commissioned a Union connectivity review to consider these important connections, including the feasibility of a fixed link between Northern Ireland and Great Britain.
Well, in those discussions, couldn't the Minister get together with the Transport Department and point out the huge cost, the geological problems and the inconvenient reality that Britain and Ireland operate on a different rail gauge? Isn't it time to dump this project at an early stage, along with the Garden Bridge, into the bin and save a lot of money and effort and probably a few column inches in articles?
Well, I have to say, I'm not impressed with the honourable gentleman's lack of ambition. I want to make sure that we look at all options to support connectivity to Northern Ireland. I'm grateful that we have a Prime Minister who is willing to do that.
Right, that ends Northern Ireland questions. We're now coming to questions to the Prime Minister. I will first call the Prime Minister to answer the engagements question, and then we'll call Kim Johnson. So, Prime Minister, your engagement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It will be 3 years tomorrow since a chemical weapon was deployed by Russian military intelligence on the streets of Salisbury. All our thoughts remain with those affected, their families and loved ones, and we will continue to seek justice for them. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure this House will want to pay tribute to the people of Salisbury and Amesbury and wish them well for the future. Mr. Speaker, this morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others. In addition to my duties in this House, I shall have further such meetings later today.
Let's head to Kim Johnson. Kim.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Liverpool is a welcoming city, the oldest Chinese community in Europe, but in 1946, the British government ordered the forced repatriation of thousands of Chinese seamen living in Liverpool with their British families back to China, causing lasting emotional trauma. Many of those descendants still live in my Liverpool Riverside constituency. Will the Prime Minister take steps to acknowledge these events and provide the descendants with a formal apology and for the justice they deserve? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, I have happy memories of my own visits to Liverpool, and I can tell her that we are certainly very grateful across the country to the Chinese community for their amazing contribution, and her message has been heard loud and clear.
Right, let's head to John Stevenson. John.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Pereri factory in Carlisle employs around 800 people, contributes hundreds of millions of pounds to the local economy, and is an exporter. Its location is a consequence of regional economic policy from 50 years ago. Would the Prime Minister agree that if we are to rebalance the economy, level up the country, we need a modern-day proactive regional economic policy? And if he does agree, will he come to Carlisle to see the old and new in action?
Of course, Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for what he says, and he will hear more in just half an hour or so. Let's try and keep it to half an hour, Mr. Speaker, from the Chancellor about how exactly we intend to make sure we build back better across the whole of this country and unleash the tremendous potential of the whole of the United Kingdom, including, of course, Carlisle, which he so well represents.
The Leader of the Opposition, Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I join the Prime Minister in his comments about the Salisbury atrocity? Does the Prime Minister agree with President Biden that the sale of arms that could be used in the war in Yemen should be suspended?
Mr. Speaker, ever since the tragic conflict in Yemen broke out, this country has scrupulously followed the consolidated guidance of which he will be well aware.
Keir Starmer.
Mr. Speaker, the trouble is that whilst President Biden has suspended arms sales that could be used in Yemen, the UK hasn't. In fact, we sold £1.4 billion of arms to Saudi Arabia in 3 months last year, including bombs and missiles that could be used in Yemen. Given everything we know about the appalling humanitarian cost of this war, with innocent civilians caught between the Saudi coalition and the Houthi rebels, why does the Prime Minister think it's right to be selling these weapons?
Mr. Speaker, the UK is part of an international coalition following the UN resolutions, which he will know well, which are very clear that the legitimate government of Yemen was removed illegally. Those are the resolutions that we follow, and we continue scrupulously to follow the humanitarian guidance, which are amongst the toughest measures anywhere in the world in respect of all arms sales. He talks about humanitarian relief, Mr. Speaker, and actually I think the people of this country can be hugely proud of what we are doing to support the people of Yemen. Almost £1 billion of aid contributed in the last 5 years, Mr. Speaker.
Keir Starmer.
Mr. Speaker, he says the system's very robust in relation to arms sales. It can't be that robust. The government lost a court case just 2 years ago in relation to arms sales. The truth is the UK is increasingly isolated in selling arms to Saudi Arabia. Despite what's happening in Yemen, despite Saudi Arabia's human rights record, and the brutal murder of journalist Jamal Khashoggi, a murder the US has concluded was approved by the Saudi Crown Prince. So I have to ask, what will it take for the Prime Minister to suspend arms sales to Saudi Arabia?
Mr. Speaker, we could condemn the murder of Jamal Khashoggi. We continue to call for a full investigation into the causes of his death, and indeed we have already sanctioned 20 people, Mr. Speaker, in Saudi Arabia. And I repeat the point that I have made, that the UK government continues to follow the consolidated guidance, which, by the way, Mr. Speaker, was set up by the Labour Party.
Mr. Speaker, to make matters worse, the government decided this week to halve international aid to Yemen. Halve it. The UN has said that Yemen faces the worst famine the world has seen for decades. And the Secretary-General said on Monday that cutting aid would be, in his words, a death sentence for the people of Yemen. How on earth can the Prime Minister justify selling arms to Saudi Arabia and cutting aid to people starving in Yemen?
Mr. Speaker, it is under this government that we have increased aid spending to the highest proportion in the history of our country. And yes, it is true that current straitened circumstances, which I'm sure the people of this country understand, mean that temporarily we must reduce aid spending. But that does not obscure the fact, Mr. Speaker, that when it comes to our duty to the people of Yemen, we continue to step up to the plate. A contribution of £214 million for this financial year. There are very few other countries in the world, Mr. Speaker, that have such a record, that is setting such an example in spending and supporting the people of Yemen.
Keir Starmer.
This week, the government halved our international aid to Yemen. If this is what the Prime Minister thinks global Britain should look like, he should think again. And if he doesn't believe me, doesn't like it from me, or the UN Secretary-General, he should listen to his own MPs. Just this morning, the Conservative MP for Bournemouth East said, cutting support to starving children is not what global Britain should be about. It undermines the very idea of the UK as a nation to be respected on the global stage. And the Honourable Member for Sutton Coldfield said this was unconscionable. Will the Prime Minister now do the right thing and reconsider this urgently?
Mr. Speaker, I repeat, we've given £1 billion since the conflict began. We're in support of UN resolutions. This year, we're contributing another £214 million to support the people of Yemen. There are very few other countries in the world, Mr. Speaker, that have that kind of record. I think in these tough, straitened circumstances, bearing in mind the immense cost of the COVID epidemic that has affected our country, I think the people of this country should be very, very proud of what we are doing.
Keir Starmer.
Mr. Speaker, Britain should be a moral force for good in the world. But just as the US is stepping up, the UK is stepping back. If the Prime Minister and Chancellor are so determined to press ahead with their manifesto-breaking cuts to international aid, cutting the budget to 0.5%, they should at least put that to a vote in this House. Will he have the courage to do so?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are going to get on with our agenda of delivering for the people of this country and spending more than virtually any other country in the world. By the way, spending more still than virtually any other country in the G7 on aid. It's a record, I think, of which this country can be proud. Given the difficulties that this country faces, Mr. Speaker, I think that the people of this country will think that we've got our priorities right. He can't work out, Mr. Speaker, what his priorities are. 1 minute he's backing us on the roadmap. The next week he's turning his back on us. One week, well, he can't even address a question on the issues of the hour. He's going to have he could have asked anything about the coronavirus pandemic, Mr. Speaker. Instead, he's consecrated his questions. Entirely to the interests of the people of Yemen, Mr. Speaker. We are doing everything we can to support the people of Yemen, given the constraints that we face. We're getting on, Mr. Speaker, with a cautious but irreversible roadmap to freedom, which I hope that he will support. And very shortly, Mr. Speaker, you will be hearing a budget for recovery.
I think I already know most of it. Dr. Liam Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My right honourable friend will be aware that when devolution was established in Scotland, there was no separate Scottish civil service created. We have a UK civil service with UK ministerial oversight. Given the turmoil in Scottish politics, will he then confirm that any civil servants who feel pressurised to behave inappropriately have a mechanism to seek redress beyond the ministers to whom they are immediately answerable?
Of course, thank my right honourable friend. Of course, we will support all civil servants. By the way, I thank them for their work up and down the country that they've done throughout the pandemic. And I think everybody in this House would agree that now is the time, really, for our civil service to focus on working together to build back together, rather than build back better together, rather than on measures that might divide our country, Mr. Speaker.
Now come to the Leader of the SNP, Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I associate myself with the remarks of the Prime Minister on the terrible atrocity 3 years ago in the town of Salisbury? Mr. Speaker, the situation in Yemen has been called the world's worst humanitarian crisis. 100,000 people have been killed. 16.2 million are at risk of starvation. 2.3 million children, Prime Minister, are at death's door, facing acute malnutrition. The UK government's response isn't one of compassion. Instead, it is to impose cuts. That's what you're doing, Prime Minister. A 50% cut to international aid to Yemen, a move that the UN chief Antonio Guterres has described as a death sentence. Since the start of the war, the Tories have shamefully backed the Saudi regime through billions of pounds of arms sales and support, despite evidence of war crimes and of the targeting of civilians. Will the Prime Minister confirm that today's budget will force through the devastating cuts to international aid?
Mr. Speaker, I think anybody listening to this debate will have heard me say that this country, this government, in the last 5 years has given £1 billion to support the people of Yemen. I can tell him that on Monday, Mr. Speaker, in case he thinks there's any diminution of our efforts, on Monday we're going to provide cash support to 1.5 million of the most vulnerable Yemeni households, support 400 health clinics and treat 75,000 cases of severe malnutrition, Mr. Speaker. That is the continuing effort of the British people and the British government to help the people of Yemen.
In Blackford.
The reality, Mr. Speaker, is a 50% cut to Yemen aid at a time of a global pandemic. The coronavirus has hit poor and vulnerable countries the hardest, threatening decades of hard-won gains whilst exacerbating existing inequalities. During his leadership race, the Prime Minister made a commitment to stand by 0.7% for aid spending, a position he reaffirmed in June last year at that very dispatch box. What followed was yet another U-turn, another broken promise. Why is the Prime Minister breaking his own manifesto commitment? And why are his government breaking the promises they made to the world's poorest?
Mr. Mr. Speaker, I think most people in this country will know that the government has given £280 billion to support the people, the economy, the livelihoods, the businesses, up and down the whole of the United Kingdom. And that has, as you will hear from the Chancellor, Mr. Speaker, placed strains on our public finances. Meantime, we continue to do everything we possibly can to support the people of Yemen, including, by the way, through a massive vaccination programme to which the people of this country have contributed £548 million, the second biggest contributor in the world, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister will know from his time working in the Black Country how important our green spaces and green belt are. Will he make sure that Dudley Council and our Mayor Andy Street have the powers and the resources they need to ensure development is on brownfield rather than valuable green spaces, and make sure that local people's voices are clearly heard and taken into account, including where the proposed development is across local authority borders, like in the surrounding Greenbelt to Dudley South?
Indeed, Mr. Speaker, we will protect our green belt, our vital green belt, and which constitutes, I think, 12.4% of our land. But we can build our homes, as my honourable friend rightly suggests, 300,000 of them on brownfield sites across the country.
Let's head to Sir Geoffrey Donaldson. Sir Geoffrey.
Mr. Speaker, we are now in the third month of the Northern Ireland Protocol, and we're fast approaching the end of the 3-month grace period. And the Prime Minister will be aware of the disruption that the protocol is causing to trade between Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and the damage it's doing to the stability of the political institutions established under the Belfast Agreement. What action does the Prime Minister intend to take to deliver on his promise that he would protect Northern Ireland's position within the UK internal market and provide us with unfettered access to goods from Great Britain?
Mr. Speaker, the position of Northern Ireland within the UK internal market is rock solid and guaranteed. We are making sure that we underscore that with some temporary operational easings in order to protect the market in some areas, such as food supplies, pending further discussions with the EU. And as I've said, I think to the right honourable gentleman and his colleagues, we leave nothing off the table in order to ensure that we get this right.
Sarah Alberton.
Mr. Speaker, our British vaccine finished in Wockhardt in Wrexham has shown the globe exactly what the UK can achieve. In Wrexham, we have the Myler Hospital, Coleg Cambria, Glendower University and an industrial estate bristling with SMEs. We're close to the Midlands and the North West. Would the Prime Minister agree with me that now is the time for our young people to look at careers and aspire to careers in STEM and healthcare, and Wrexham is the hub that can take us forward?
My honourable friend is completely right. I thank her, by the way, again for her amazing service in the NHS in Wrexham and her returning to the front line. And actually, it was in Wrexham at Wockhardt that I met young female scientists, Mr. Speaker, who are helping to make the vaccine that is not only going to free our country, we hope, from the captivity of COVID, but help to liberate the entire world. It was wonderful to see it happening in Wrexham. We want to see many more young female scientists growing up in that part of the world.
Let's head to Graham Morris. Graham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask about an important domestic issue. The system of the property tax in England is broken. Council tax places an unfair burden on people living in the poorest communities without generating the revenues needed to fund local services. So does the Prime Minister agree that a proportional property tax, as proposed by the Fairer Share campaign, would create a transparent property taxation system, generate revenues local government needs, and ease the tax burden on hard-pressed families across the country, including in my constituency of Easington?
Mr. Speaker, with great respect to the honourable member, what the country needs are councillors that charge you less whilst delivering better services. And if you look across the country, you can see that it's overwhelmingly Conservative-run councils that do that, Mr. Speaker. And the right honourable gentleman opposite laughs, and Mr. Speaker, Westminster, they kept council taxes low. In Camden, where he lives, it's 3 times as high. That's the difference, Mr. Speaker.
Sir David Evans.
Last Friday, my constituent, Mr. Luke Belfield, who was aged just 18, was stabbed to death just a few miles from his family home. This has been horrendous for his family and his friends who've been left behind, and my heart goes out to them all. What more does my right honourable friend think that the police, society and Parliament can do to make sure that there never will in the future be such senseless murders again?
Mr. Speaker, I sympathise very much with Luke's family and his friends, and there's nothing I can say to alleviate their loss. But what we are doing, Mr. Speaker, is recruiting many more police officers to fight crime, rolling up the county lines, drugs, gangs, wherever we can, and setting out plans to keep serious sexual and violent offenders behind bars for longer. And I can tell the House that we've now got 6,620 of our target extra 20,000 police already recruited.
Patrick Grady.
Mr. Speaker, we know that the Prime Minister is the proud leader of a British nationalist party, and he says that his no to another independence referendum in Scotland is final. So why are his colleagues in Scotland distributing leaflets that say a vote for the Tories is a vote to stop an independence referendum? If a vote for the British nationalist Tories in Scotland must be accepted as a legitimate vote against a referendum, surely a vote for the SNP in May must be respected as a mandate for putting Scotland's future in Scotland's hands.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted to hear a sort of acceptance there that he's running a nationalist party. If that's what he was saying, because I'm afraid I agree with that. They're not in respect of the whole of this country. But I think most people will think it extraordinary that they're talking about another referendum. The Labour Chief Whip is nodding quite rightly when actually what the people of this country want to see is us working together as one united kingdom without further constitutional upheaval to get through the pandemic and build back better.
Sarah Brittle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I firstly just say how great it was to welcome my right honourable friend to Accrington last week, and I'm sure the Prime Minister will join me in thanking both the staff and pupils at Accrington Academy for making our visit such a welcoming one. As you'll know, Mr. Speaker, my constituency was at the heart of the first industrial revolution, and we're ready to lead in the new green industrial revolution and level up once and for all. So on that note, will my right honourable friend commit to supporting my campaign to rejuvenate our high streets and town centres across Hindburn and Haslingden?
Mr. Speaker, I congratulate my honourable friend on her campaign. It was great to be in Accrington, and I hope that she'll be hearing even more shortly from my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, about what we can do to support the Towns Fund and other measures to help Accrington and places across the whole country, Mr. Speaker.
We're now heading up to Amy Callaghan. Oh no, I do welcome back again. Good to see you. Amy Callaghan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank you and members across the House, including the Prime Minister, for your well wishes during my illness. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister had previously guaranteed there was no threat to the Erasmus scheme as a result of Brexit. We now know that charities such as Stand International in my constituency, who participate in the programme, are set to lose 96% of their funding as a result of the UK Government's decision to pull the plug on Erasmus+. Can the Prime Minister guarantee that charities will receive match funding under the new Turing scheme? And will he agree to meet with me and representatives from Stand International to ensure no young person in East Bartonshire gets left behind as a result of Brexit?
I'm sure I speak for everybody when I say how much I welcome the Honourable Lady back to PMQs. It's great to see her back, Mr. Speaker. And I do give her this assurance that I think the Turing scheme will be better and it will deliver exactly what she wants, because I think if there was a criticism of the Erasmus schemes, it tended to favour higher income households. We will do everything that we can with the Turing scheme to reach out to give opportunity to people from disadvantaged backgrounds. That is what we intend to do.
Amanda Langston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My right honourable friend has taken a strong personal interest in the tragic story of my constituent Harry Dunn. So can I ask him, will he please continue to do everything in his power to reassure Tim and Charlotte, Harry's parents, and all their family, that he will try to persuade President Biden to deliver justice for Harry?
I thank my right honourable friend, and she's completely right to continue to raise the case of Harry Dunn, and we sympathise deeply with his family. It's a case that we continue to raise at the highest level, and I know that my right honourable friend, the Foreign Secretary, has only just raised it now with Tony Blinken, US Secretary of State.
Let's head to Beth Winter. Beth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Rhondda Cynon-Taf, where my constituency of Cynarfalli is located, has the third highest COVID death rate in the UK, due mainly to inequality, poverty and chronic underfunding. This UK government has an appalling record on providing Wales with even a fair share of UK spending, let alone the funding needed to level up. 11 years of Tory austerity cuts destroyed the capacity of our public services to withstand the pandemic, and now he plans to bypass the democratic structures in Wales. My constituent Lyndon has a question for the Prime Minister. What will it take for him to stop ignoring the South Wales valleys?
Mr. Speaker, I'm afraid I disagree profoundly with the implication of what she is saying, and indeed with what her constituent Linda is by implication asking, because this government continues to give massive support through the Barnett formula and elsewhere. I think through Barnett alone it's £2.4 billion, and there is now more coming, Mr. Speaker, through the Levelling Up Fund and other means. And it's thanks to the UK government that the furlough scheme has supported 3,400 jobs in her constituency alone, Mr. Speaker, and that is one of the advantages of the United Kingdom.
Let's go to Andrew Bowie. Andrew.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Only this week, the government once again demonstrated its commitment to the energy industry, jobs in the northeast of Scotland as a whole, with over £30 million committed to creating a green energy transition zone and a global underwater hub. But would my right honourable friend therefore go further and support this most vital industry, vital to developing the energy technologies of the future, based, he will agree, in the greatest part of the country, transitioning to net zero with a long-awaited energy transition deal, which will help transform the oil capital of Europe into the green energy centre of the world?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I really congratulate my honourable friend on his last-minute lobbying. He's only got a few minutes to wait before he may hear something to his advantage.
Let's go to Carla Lockhart. Carla.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Prime Minister, in an interview with Sophie Ridge broadcast on the 8th of December 2019, you pledged there would be no checks on goods going from NI to GB or from GB to NI. While this has proven more challenging to deliver in practice, would you wish to take this opportunity to encourage ministers in Northern Ireland to do all they can?
Order. Unfortunately, I'm not responsible, and you is not something that we should be using.
My humble apologies. Can you make this an aspiration to reality and to ensure they act in accordance with Section 46 of the United Kingdom Internal Market Act 2020, which stresses the importance of facilitating the free flow of goods between Great Britain and Northern Ireland?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I certainly can do that. And as I said in answer to another right honourable gentleman from her party, we leave nothing off the table in order to make sure that we get that done. And there is unfettered access, NIGB and GBNI. Let's head to Andrew Percy. Andrew.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister has been a good friend of East Yorkshire and Northern Lincolnshire, and he will be aware that the Humber is the biggest trading estuary in the country and contains the UK's biggest port. So can I encourage him, therefore, to look at the Humber Freeport bid closely and also favourably, as it contains sites in Hull, Goole, Grimsby and the Scunthorpe Steelworks, which are really important for this region's future.
He's absolutely right, Mr. Speaker. My honourable friend has mounted an excellent campaign, and the Chancellor, my honourable friend, the Chancellor, will be saying more about that a little shortly.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HS2 reduces journey times from Manchester Airport to London from 2 hours 24 minutes to 59 minutes. With the carbon capture that we would generate and the increased capacity to the West Coast Main Line, Can I ask the Prime Minister, Mr Speaker, what prevents governments from putting shovels in the ground in the north now?
Mr. Speaker, the answer to that is, as anybody knows who gets a project done on their home or wherever, if you start again midway through, I'm afraid you greatly multiply the cost, but we're going to go as fast as we possibly can.
Final question, Danny Kruger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The last time the UK hosted the G7 in 2013, the then Prime Minister launched the Social Impact Investment Task Force to catalyse a market for private capital seeking social outcomes as well as financial returns. And this country now leads the world in the development of financial innovations for public good. So will my right honourable friend confirm that the social investment tax relief, which was launched after that summit, will continue beyond April? And will he use this year's G7 to trumpet to the world the benefit of social investment, social enterprise and the social economy in general?
My honourable friend has long been a campaigner for the wonderful benefits of social enterprise. I visited some of his own, and if he just waits a little bit longer, he'll receive an update on social investment tax relief, Mr. Speaker.
I'm suspending the House for 3 minutes to enable the necessary arrangements for the next business to be made. Order.
Order! Order! Before I call the Chancellor of the Exchequer, I remind honourable members that copies of the budget resolutions will be available from the Vote Office in Members' Lobby upon the Chancellor's statement being finished, and of course online. I also remind honourable members that interventions are not taken during the Chancellor's statement, nor during the replies of either the Leader of the Opposition or the Leader of the Scottish National Party. I also just mentioned that British Sign Language interpretation will continue until the end of the speech of the Leader of the Scottish National Party, and it's available to watch, quick advert here, on parliamentlive.tv. Mr. Chancellor of the Exchequer.
Madam Deputy Speaker, a year ago, in my first budget, I announced our initial response to coronavirus. What was originally thought to be a temporary disruption to our way of life has fundamentally altered it. People are still being told to stay in their homes. Businesses have been ordered to close. Thousands of people are in hospital. Much has changed, but one thing has stayed the same. I said I would do whatever it takes. I have done, and I will do so. We have announced over £280 billion of support, protecting jobs, keeping businesses afloat, helping families get by. Despite this unprecedented response, the damage coronavirus has done to our economy has been acute. Since March, over 700,000 people have lost their jobs. Our economy has shrunk by 10%, the largest fall in over 300 years. Our borrowing is the highest it has been outside of wartime. It's going to take this country and the whole world a long time to recover from this extraordinary economic situation. But we will recover. This budget meets the moment with a three-part plan to protect the jobs and livelihoods of the British people. First, we will continue doing whatever it takes to support the British people and businesses through this moment of crisis. Second, once we are on the way to recovery, we will need to begin fixing the public finances, and I want to be honest today about our plans to do that. And third, in today's budget, we begin the work of building our future economy. Madam Deputy Speaker, today's forecasts show that our response to coronavirus is working. The Prime Minister last week set out our cautious but irreversible roadmap to ease restrictions whilst protecting the British people. The NHS, deserving of immense praise, has had extraordinary success in vaccinating more than 20 million people across the United Kingdom. And combined with our economic response, one of the most comprehensive and generous in the world, this means the Office for Budget Responsibility are now forecasting, in their words, a swifter and more sustained recovery than they expected in November. The OBR now expect the economy to return to its pre-COVID level by the middle of next year, 6 months earlier than previously thought. That means growth is faster, unemployment lower, wages higher, investment higher, household incomes higher. But while our prospects are now stronger, coronavirus has done and is still doing profound damage. And today's forecasts make clear repairing the long-term damage will take time. The OBR still expect that in 5 years' time, because of coronavirus, our economy will be 3% smaller than it would have been. Before I share the detail of the OBR's forecast, let me thank Richard Hughes and his team for their work. The OBR forecast that our economy will grow this year by 4%, by 7.3% in 2022, then 1.7%, 1.6% and 1.7% in the last 3 years of the forecast.
And the OBR have said that our interventions to support jobs have worked. In July last year, they expected unemployment to peak at 11.9%. Today, because of our interventions, they forecast a much lower peak, 6.5%. That means 1.8 million fewer people are expected to be out of work than previously thought. But every job lost is a tragedy, which is why protecting, creating, and supporting jobs remains my highest priority. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, let me turn straight away to the first part of this budget's plan to protect the jobs and livelihoods of the British people through the remaining phase of this crisis. First, the furlough scheme will be extended until the end of September. For employees, there will be no change to the terms. They will continue to receive 80% of their salary for hours not worked until the scheme ends. As businesses reopen, we will ask them to contribute alongside the taxpayer to the cost of paying their employees. Nothing will change until July, when we will ask for a small contribution of just 10% and 20% in August and September. The government is proud of the furlough, one of the most generous schemes in the world, effectively protecting millions of people's jobs and incomes. Second, support for the self-employed will also continue until September, with a fourth grant covering the period February to April and a fifth and final grant from May onwards. The fourth grant will provide 3 months of support at 80% of average trading profits. For the fifth grant, people will continue to receive grants worth 3 months of average profits, with the system open for claims from late July. But as the economy reopens over the summer, it is fair to target our support towards those most affected by the pandemic. So people whose turnover has fallen by 30% or more will continue to receive the full 80% grant. People whose turnover has fallen by less than 30% will therefore have less need of taxpayer support and will receive a 30% grant. And I can also announce a major improvement in access to the self-employed scheme. When the scheme was launched, the newly self-employed couldn't qualify because they hadn't all filed the 1920 tax return. But as the tax return deadline has now passed, I can announce today that provided they filed a tax return by midnight last night, over 600,000 more people, many of whom became self-employed last year, can now claim the fourth and fifth grants. Over the course of this crisis, we will have spent £33 billion supporting the self-employed, one of the most generous programmes for self-employed people anywhere in the world. Third, we're also extending our support for the lowest paid and most vulnerable. To support low-income households, the universal credit uplift of £20 a week will continue for a further 6 months, well beyond the end of this national lockdown. We'll provide working tax credit claimants with equivalent support for the next 6 months. And because of the way that system works operationally, we will need to do so with a one-off payment of £500. And over the course of this year, as the economy begins to recover, we are shifting our resources and focus towards getting people into decent, well-paid jobs. We reaffirm our commitment to end low pay, increasing the national living wage to £8.91 from April, an annual pay rise of almost £350 for someone working full-time on the national living wage. And my right honourable friends, the Education Secretary and the Work and Pension Secretary are taking action to give people the skills they need to get jobs or get better jobs. The Restart programme, supporting over 1 million long-term unemployed people. The number of work coaches doubled. The Kickstart scheme, funding high-quality jobs for over 250,000 young people. The Prime Minister's Lifetime Skills Guarantee, giving every adult the opportunity for a fully funded Level 3 qualification. And we want businesses to hire new apprentices, so we're paying them more to do it. Today, I am doubling the incentive payments we give businesses to £3,000. That's for all new apprentice hires of any age. Alongside investing £126 million of new money to triple the number of traineeships, we're taking what works to get people into jobs and making it better. Madam Deputy Speaker, one of the hidden tragedies of lockdown has been the increase in domestic abuse. So I'm announcing today an extra £19 million on top of the £125 million we announced at the spending review for domestic violence programmes to reduce the risk of reoffending and to pilot a network of respite rooms to provide specialist support for vulnerable homeless women. To recognise the sacrifices made by so many women and men in the armed forces community, I'm providing an additional £10 million to support veterans with mental health needs. And on current plans, the funding to support survivors of the thalidomide scandal runs out in 2023. They deserve better than to have constant uncertainty about the future costs of their care. So not only will I extend this funding with an initial down payment of around £40 million, I am today announcing a lifetime commitment guaranteeing funding forever. And let me thank the Thalidomide Trust and the Honourable Member for North Dorset for their leadership on this important issue. As well as supporting people's jobs, incomes, the lowest paid and most vulnerable, this budget also protects businesses. We've been providing businesses with direct cash grants through the recent restrictions. These grants come to an end in March. I can announce today that we will provide a new Restart grant in April to help businesses reopen and get going again. Non-essential retail businesses will open first, so they will receive grants of up to £6,000 per premises. Hospitality and leisure businesses, including personal care and gyms, will open later or be more impacted by restrictions when they do, so we'll give them grants of up to £18,000. That's £5 billion of new grants, on top of the £20 billion we've already provided, taking our direct total cash support to business to £25 billion. And I pay tribute to my right honourable friend, the member for Romsey and Southampton North, for highlighting the particular needs of the personal care sector. And with my right honourable friend, the Culture Secretary, we're making available £700 million to support our incredible arts, culture and sporting institutions as they reopen. Backing the UK and Ireland's joint 2030 World Cup bid, launching a new approach to apprenticeships in the creative industries, and extending our £500 million film and TV production restart scheme. Even with the new restart grants, some businesses will also need loans to see them through. As the Bounce Back Loan and CBILS programmes come to an end, we're introducing a new recovery loan scheme to take their place. Businesses of any size can apply for loans from £25,000 up to £10 million through to the end of this year, and the government will provide a guarantee to lenders of 80%. Last year, we provided an unprecedented 100% business rates holiday in England for all eligible businesses in the retail, hospitality and leisure sectors, a tax cut worth £10 billion. This year, we'll continue with the 100% business rates holiday for the first 3 months of the year, in other words, through to the end of June. For the remaining 9 months of the year, business rates will still be discounted by 2/3, up to a value of £2 million for closed businesses with a lower cap for those who have been able to stay open. A £6 billion tax cut for business. One of the hardest hit sectors has been hospitality and tourism. 150,000 businesses that employ over 2.4 million people need our support. To protect those jobs, I can confirm that the 5% reduced rate of VAT will be extended for 6 months to the 30th of September. And even then, we won't go straight back to the 20% rate. We'll have an interim rate of 12.5% for another 6 months, not returning to the standard rate until April of next year. In total, we're cutting VAT next year by almost £5 billion. Madam Deputy Speaker, the housing sector supports over 500,000 jobs. The cut in stamp duty I announced last summer has helped hundreds of thousands of people buy a home and supported the economy at a critical time. But due to the sheer volume of transactions we're seeing, many new purchases won't complete in time for the end of March. So I can announce today the £500,000 nil rate band will not end on the 31st of March, it will end on the 30th of June. Then, to smooth the transition back to normal, the nil rate band will be £250,000, double its standard level, until the end of September, and we will only return to the usual level of £125,000 from October the 1st. Even with the stamp duty cut, there is still a significant barrier to people getting on the housing ladder, the cost of a deposit. So I'm announcing today a new policy to stand behind home buyers, a mortgage guarantee. Lenders who provide mortgages to home buyers who can only afford a 5% deposit will benefit from a government guarantee on those mortgages. And I'm pleased to say that several of the country's largest lenders, including Lloyds, NatWest, Santander, Barclays and HSBC, will be offering these 95% mortgages from next month. And I know more, including Virgin Money, will follow shortly after. A policy that gives people who can't afford a big deposit the chance to buy their own home. As the Prime Minister has said, we want to turn Generation Rent into Generation Buy. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, the furlough extended to September. Self-employed grants extended to September. Universal credit uplift extended to September. More money to tackle domestic violence, bigger incentives to hire apprentices, higher grants to struggling businesses, extra funds for culture, arts and sport, new loan schemes to finance businesses, kickstart, restart, a lifetime skills guarantee, business rates cut, VAT cut, stamp duty cut, and a new mortgage guarantee, the first part of a budget that protects the jobs and livelihoods of the British people. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, as you can see, we're going long, extending our support well beyond the end of the roadmap to accommodate even the most cautious view about the time it might take to exit the restrictions. Let me summarise for the House the scale of our total fiscal response to coronavirus. At this budget, we are announcing an additional £65 billion of measures over this year and next to support the economy in response to coronavirus. Taking into account the significant support announced at the spending review, this means our total COVID support package this year and next is £352 billion. And once you include the measures announced at spring budget last year, including the step change in capital investment, total fiscal support from this government over this year and next amounts to £407 billion. Coronavirus has caused one of the largest, most comprehensive and sustained economic shocks this country has ever faced. And by any objective analysis, this government has delivered one of the largest, most comprehensive and sustained responses this country has ever seen. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, we're using the full measure of our fiscal firepower to protect the jobs and livelihoods of the British people. But the damage done by coronavirus, combined with a level of support unimaginable only 12 months ago, has created huge challenges for our public finances. The OBR's fiscal forecasts show that this year we have borrowed a record amount, £355 billion. That's 17% of our national income, the highest level of borrowing since World War II. Next year, as we continue our unprecedented response to this crisis, borrowing is forecast to be £234 billion, 10.3% of GDP, an amount so large it has only one rival in recent history, this year. Without corrective action, borrowing would continue at very high levels, leaving underlying debt rising indefinitely. Instead, because of the steps I am taking today, borrowing falls to 4.5% of GDP in 22-23, 3.5% in 23-24, then 2.9% and 2.8% in the following 2 years. And while underlying debt rises from 88.8% of GDP this year to 93.8% next year, it then peaks at 97.1% in 23-24 before stabilising and falling slightly to 97% and 96.8% in the final 2 years of the forecast. Let me explain why this matters. The amount we've borrowed is comparable only with the amount we borrowed during the 2 world wars. It's going to be the work of many governments over many decades to pay it back. Just as it would be irresponsible to withdraw support too soon, it would also be irresponsible to allow our future borrowing and debt to rise unchecked. When crises come, we need to be able to act, and we need the fiscal freedom to act. A freedom that you only have if you start with public finances in a good and strong place. The only reason we have been able to respond as boldly as we have to COVID is because 10 years of Conservative governments painstakingly rebuilt our fiscal resilience. When the next crisis comes, we need to be able to act again. And while our borrowing costs are affordable right now, interest rates and inflation may not stay low forever, and just a 1 percentage point increase in both would now cost us over £25 billion. And as we have seen in the markets over the last few weeks, sovereign bond yields can rise sharply. This budget is not the time to set detailed fiscal rules with precise targets and dates to achieve them by. I don't believe that would be sensible. But I do want to be honest about what I mean by sustainable public finances and how I plan to achieve them. Our fiscal decisions are guided by 3 principles. First, while it is right to help people and businesses through an acute crisis like this one, in normal times, the state should not be borrowing to pay for everyday public spending. Second, over the medium term, we cannot allow our debt to keep rising. And given how high our debt now is, we need to pay close attention to its affordability. And third, it is sensible to take advantage of lower interest rates to invest in capital projects that can drive our future growth. So the question is, how we achieve that, how we balance the extraordinary support we are providing to the economy right now with the need to begin the work of fixing our public finances. I have and always will be honest with the country about the challenges we face. So I'm announcing today 2 measures to begin that work. Let me take each in turn. Madam Deputy Speaker, our response to coronavirus has been fair, with the poorest households benefiting the most from our interventions. And our approach to fixing the public finances will be fair too, asking more of those people and businesses who can afford to contribute and protecting those who cannot. So this government is not going to raise the rates of income tax, national insurance or VAT. Instead, our first step is to freeze personal tax thresholds. We've nearly doubled the income tax personal allowance over the last decade, making it the most generous of any G20 country. We will, of course, deliver our promise to increase it again next year to £12,570, but we will then keep it at this more generous level until April 2026. The higher rate threshold will similarly be increased next year to £50,270 and will then also remain at that level for the same period. Nobody's take-home pay will be less than it is now as a result of this policy. But I want to be clear with all members that this policy does remove the incremental benefit created had thresholds continued to increase with inflation. We are not hiding it. I am here explaining it to the House, and it is in the budget document in black and white. It is a tax policy that is progressive and fair. And I will also maintain at their current levels until April 2026 the inheritance tax thresholds, the pensions lifetime allowance, the annual exempt amount in capital gains tax, and for 2 years from April 2022, the VAT registration threshold, which at £85,000 will remain more than twice as generous as the EU and OECD averages. We'll also tackle fraud in our COVID schemes with £100 million to set up a new HMRC task force of around 1,000 investigators, as well as new measures and new investment in HMRC to clamp down on tax avoidance and evasion. The full details are set out in the Red Book. Madam Deputy Speaker, the government is providing businesses with over £100 billion of support to get through this pandemic. So it is fair and necessary to ask them to contribute to our recovery. So the second step I am taking today is that in 2023, the rate of corporation tax paid on company profits will increase to 25%. Even after this change, the United Kingdom will still have the lowest corporation tax rate in the G7, lower than the United States, Canada, Italy, Japan, Germany, and France. We're also introducing some crucial protections. First, this new higher rate won't take effect until April 2023, well after the point when the OBR expect the economy to have recovered. And even then, because corporation tax is only charged on company profits, any struggling business will, by definition, be unaffected. Second, I'm protecting small businesses with profits of £50,000 or less by creating a small profits rate, maintained at the current rate of 19%. This means around 70% of companies, 1.4 million businesses, will be completely unaffected. And third, we will introduce a taper above £50,000 so that only businesses with profits of £250,000 or greater will be taxed at the full 25% rate. That means only 10% of companies will pay the full higher rate. So yes, it's a tax rise on company profits, but only on the larger, more profitable companies, and only in 2 years' time. And I wanted to announce this now because I think for business, certainty matters. For the next 2 years, I'm also making the tax treatment of losses significantly more generous by allowing businesses to carry back losses of up to £2 million for 3 years, providing a significant cash flow benefit. This means companies can now claim additional tax refunds of up to £760,000. And because of the current 8% bank surcharge, the implied overall tax rate for banks would be too high. So we will review the surcharge to make sure the combined rate of tax on the UK banking sector doesn't increase significantly from its current level, and to make sure this important industry remains internationally competitive. Madam Deputy Speaker, these are significant decisions to have taken. Decisions no Chancellor wants to make. I recognise they might not be popular, but they are honest. And let's consider the alternatives. The first is to do nothing, to leave our deficit problem untreated, our debt problem for someone else in the future to deal with. That has never been the way of a Conservative government, and nor do I believe it can be the way of a responsible Chancellor. Another alternative would be to try and find all the savings we need from public spending. But when we said at the last election that we were the party of public services, people believed us, and they were right to believe us. And when we said we'd be the party that invests in new infrastructure, they were right to believe that too. The only other alternative would be to increase the rates of tax on working people. But I don't believe that would be right either. So I believe our approach, while bold, is compatible with our duty as a fiscally responsible and business-friendly government. This is the right choice, and I am confident it will command public assent. I have one final announcement on business tax. With the lowest corporation tax in the G7 and a new small profits rate, the UK will have a pro-business tax regime. But we need to do even more to encourage businesses to invest right now. Business investment creates jobs, lifts growth, spurs innovation, and drives productivity. For decades, we've lagged behind our international peers. Right now, while many businesses are struggling, others have been able to build up significant cash reserves. We need to unlock that investment. We need an investment-led recovery. So today, I can announce the super deduction. For the next 2 years, when companies invest, they can reduce their tax bill, not just by a proportion of the cost of that investment as they do now, or even by 100% of their cost, the so-called full expensing that some have called for. With the super deduction, they can now reduce their tax bill by 130% of the cost. Let me give the House an example. Under the existing rules, a construction firm buying £10 million of new equipment could reduce their taxable income in the year they invest by just £2.6 million. With the super deduction, they can now reduce it by £13 million. We've never tried this before in our country. The OBR have said it will boost business investment by 10%, around £20 billion more per year. It makes our tax regime for business investment truly world-leading, lifting us from 30th in the OECD to 1st. And worth £25 billion during the 2 years it is in place, this will be the biggest business tax cut in modern British history. Bold, unprecedented action to get companies investing, creating jobs and driving our economic recovery. Madam Deputy Speaker, let me now turn to duties. This is a tough time for hospitality, so I can confirm that the planned increases in duties for spirits like Scotch whisky, wine, cider and beer will all be cancelled. All alcohol duties frozen for the second year in a row, only the third time in 2 decades. And right now, to keep the cost of living low, I'm not prepared to increase the cost of a tank of fuel. So the planned increase in fuel duty is also cancelled. Madam Deputy Speaker, this budget protects the jobs and livelihoods of the British people. This budget is honest about the challenges facing our public finances and how we will begin to fix them. And this budget does one other thing. It lays the foundations of our future economy, the third part of our plan. If we want a better future economy, we have to make it happen. We have to do things that have never been done before. The world is not going to be any less competitive after coronavirus. So it's not enough to have some general desire to grow the economy. We need a real commitment to green growth. It's not enough to have some general desire to increase productivity. We need a real commitment to give every business, large or small, the opportunity to grow, innovate and succeed. It's not enough to have a general desire to create jobs. We need a real commitment to create jobs where people are and change the economic geography of this country. And we can't strengthen our domestic economy without remaining a global, outward-looking nation. This future economy won't be created in any one budget, but today we lay the foundations. Madam Deputy Speaker, our future economy needs investment in green industries across the United Kingdom. So I can announce today the first ever UK infrastructure bank. Located in Leeds, the bank will invest across the UK in public and private projects to finance the green industrial revolution. Beginning this spring, it will have an initial capitalisation of £12 billion and we expect it to support at least £40 billion of total investment in infrastructure. And I know my right honourable friend, the member for Pudsey, will particularly welcome the location of this new institution. Offshore wind is an innovative industry where the UK already has a global competitive advantage. So we're funding new port infrastructure to build the next generation of offshore wind projects in Teesside and Humberside. And in November, I announced we would launch a world-leading sovereign green bond. Today, we're going further, announcing a new retail savings product to give all UK savers the chance to support green projects, as my right honourable friend, the member for North East Bedfordshire, has campaigned for. We've also asked Dame Clara First to establish a new group to position the city as the global leader for voluntary, high-quality carbon offset markets, and underpinning all of this will be an updated monetary policy remit for the Bank of England. It reaffirms their 2% target, but now it will also reflect the importance of environmental sustainability and the transition to net zero. Madam Deputy Speaker, our future economy will also address our productivity problem and support small business. Too often, smaller firms don't have the time or resources to acquire the extra skills and training they need to be more efficient, more digital and more productive. Thanks to Be the Business, we have made a good start at supporting these firms. Today, the Business Secretary and I are going further with a new set of UK-wide schemes, Help to Grow. First, Help to Grow management will help tens of thousands of small and medium-sized businesses get world-class management training. Dozens of business schools across the UK will offer a new executive development programme with mentoring and peer learning, and government will contribute 90% of the cost. A real commitment to learn more, make more and earn more. Second, help to grow digital. With the pandemic, many businesses have moved online. This has been a challenge, but we want to turn it into an opportunity. We're going to help small businesses develop digital skills by giving them free expert training and a 50% discount on new productivity-enhancing software worth up to £5,000 each. Both programmes will commence by the autumn, and I'd urge interested businesses to register today on gov.uk/help to grow. A real commitment to help over 100,000 businesses become more innovative, more competitive, and more profitable. Madam Deputy Speaker, a future economy requires us to be at the forefront of the next scientific and technological revolutions. Becoming a scientific superpower is something we can be. I don't think that's hubristic or unrealistic. Our incredible vaccination programme has shown the world what this country is capable of. So I'm providing an extra £1.6 billion today to continue the rollout and improve our future preparedness. And I want to make the UK the best place in the world for high-growth, innovative companies. So I'm launching 2 wide-ranging consultations today to make sure our research and development tax reliefs and our enterprise management incentives are internationally competitive. And my right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, knows that a scientific superpower needs scientific superstars. So together we're announcing ambitious visa reforms aimed at highly skilled migrants, including a new unsponsored points-based visa to attract the best and most promising international talent in science, research and tech, new improved visa processes for scale-ups and entrepreneurs, and radically simplify bureaucracy for high-skill visa applications. Now, as well as support for innovation and access to talent, high-growth firms need access to capital. To do that, we're taking steps to give the pensions industry more flexibility to unlock billions of pounds from pension funds into innovative new ventures, launching a new future fund breakthrough to help fill the scale-up funding gap, and changing the rules to encourage more companies to list here. Let me thank Lord Hill for leading this landmark review. The FCA will be consulting on his proposals very shortly. Madam Deputy Speaker, our future economy depends on remaining a united kingdom. Millions of families and businesses in Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland have contributed to and benefited from our coronavirus response. And central to that has been a Treasury that acts for the whole United Kingdom. That's not a political point, it's an undeniable truth. The majority of today's budget measures will apply directly to people in all 4 nations of the United Kingdom. And I'm taking further specific steps with 3 accelerated Scottish city and growth deals in Ayrshire, Argyll and Bute and Falkirk, 3 more in North Wales, Mid Wales and Swansea Bay, and funding for the Holyhead Hydrogen Hub, the Global Centre of Rail Excellence in Neath Port Talbot, the Aberdeen Energy Transition Zone, as well as the Global Underwater Hub and North Sea Transition Deal, along with the first allocations of the £400 million New Deal for Northern Ireland. And through the Barnett formula, the decisions I'm taking in this budget also increase the funding for the devolved administrations by £1.2 billion in Scotland, £740 million in Wales, and £410 million for the Northern Ireland Executive. And Madam Deputy Speaker, our future economy demands a different economic geography. If we are serious about wanting to level up, that starts with the institutions of economic power. Few institutions are more powerful than the one I am enormously privileged to lead, the Treasury. Along with the other critical economic departments, including BEIS, DIT and MHCLG, we will establish a new economic campus in Darlington. And I know my honourable friend, the member for Darlington, will particularly welcome this announcement. Redrawing our economic map means rebalancing our economic investment. I have already revised the Treasury's Green Book and set out the highest sustained levels of public investment across the UK since the 1970s. But we can go further. I am announcing today over £1 billion for 45 new towns deals, from Castleford to Clay Cross, Rochdale to Rowley Regis, and Whitby to Wolverhampton. And let me pay tribute to local leaders like the brilliant Mayor for the West Midlands, Andy Street, who are making the case for investment in their area. We're also creating a £150 million fund to help communities across the UK take ownership of pubs, theatres, shops, or local sports clubs at risk of loss, putting more power in the hands of local people. And I'm launching the first round of the Levelling Up Fund today, inviting applications from local areas across the United Kingdom. And I'm grateful to my right honourable friends, the Transport Secretary and the Community Secretary, for their support on this crucial initiative. Madam Deputy Speaker, I have one final announcement that exemplifies the future economy. A policy on a scale we've never done before, a policy to bring investment, trade, and most importantly, jobs right across this country, to replace the industries of the past with green, innovative, fast-growing new businesses, to encourage free trade and reinforce our position as an outward-looking trading nation open to the world, a policy we can now only pursue now that we are out of the European Union. Free ports. Free ports are special economic zones with different rules to make it easier and cheaper to do business. They're well established internationally, but we're taking a unique approach. Our free ports will have simpler planning to allow businesses to build, infrastructure funding to improve transport links, cheaper customs with favourable tariffs, VAT or duties, and lower taxes with tax breaks to encourage construction, private investment and job creation. An unprecedented economic boost across the United Kingdom. Free ports will be a truly UK-wide policy, and we will work constructively with the Scottish, Welsh and Northern Irish administrations. Today, I can announce the 8 free port locations in England. East Midlands Airport, Felixstowe and Harwich, Humber, Liverpool City Region, Plymouth, Solent, Thames and Teesside. 8 new free ports in 8 English regions, unlocking billions of pounds of private sector investment, generating trade and jobs up and down the country. I commend members from across the House for their campaigning, but in particular the honourable members for Redcar, Cleethorpes and Great Grimsby, as well as inspiring local leaders like Ben Houchin, the Mayor for Tees Valley. Madam Deputy Speaker, let's take just one of those places, Teesside. In the past, it was known for its success in industries like steel. Now, when I look to the future of Teesside, I see old industrial sites being used to capture and store carbon, vaccines being manufactured, offshore wind turbines creating clean energy for the rest of the country, all located within a free port with a treasury just down the road and the UK Infrastructure Bank only an hour away. I see innovative, fast-growing businesses hiring local people into decent, well-paid green jobs. I see people designing, manufacturing and exporting incredible new products and services. I see people putting down roots in places they are proud to call home. I see a people optimistic and ambitious for their future. That, Madam Deputy Speaker, is the future economy of this country. And so, whilst this last year has been a test unlike any other, that which we are, The fundamentals of our character as a people have not changed. Still determined, still generous, still fair. That's what got us through the last year. It's what will guide us through the next decade and beyond. This time last year, we set out to deliver on the promises we made to the British people. But the most important promise was implicit and in truth is made by every government, irrespective of their politics. And that is to do what must be done when the danger is imminent and when no one else can. Today, we set out a plan to protect the jobs and livelihoods of the British people. But the promises that underpin that plan remain unchanged from those we pledged ourselves to 12 long months ago. To unite and lead, to level up, to create a world-class education system, to keep our streets safe, to keep our NHS strong, to support the most vulnerable, to reform and improve public services, to grow the economy, to spread prosperity, to extend the awesome power of opportunity to all corners of the United Kingdom, and yes, to be honest and fair in all that we do. Madam Deputy Speaker, an important moment is upon us. A moment of challenge and of change. Of difficulties, yes, but of possibilities too. This is a budget that meets that moment, and I commend it to the House.
I thank the Chancellor of the Exchequer for his budget statement, and just before I call the Leader of the Opposition, there are a few immediate items to be dealt with. Under Standing Order number 51, the first motion, entitled Provisional Collection of Taxes, must be decided without debate. Will the Chancellor of the Exchequer please move it formally?
Beg to move.
The question is that, pursuant to Section 5 of the Provisional Collection of Taxes Act 1968, provisional statutory effect shall be given to the following motions. Repeal of provisions relating to the Interest and Royalties Directive, motion number 31. Stamp duty, land tax, housing cooperatives, etc., motion number 44. Annual tax on enveloped dwellings, housing cooperatives, motion number 45. Customs duty, removal of steel to Northern Ireland, motion number 52. As mayor of that opinion, say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. So we now come to the motion entitled Income Tax Charge. It's on this motion that the debate will take place today and on the succeeding days. The questions on this motion and on the remaining motions will be put at the end of the budget debate on Tuesday, the 9th of March. I call the Chancellor of the Exchequer to move the motion formally.
I beg to move.
The question is that income tax is charged for the tax year 2021 to 22, and it is declared that it is expedient in the public interest that this resolution should have statutory effect under the provisions of the Provisional Collection of Taxes Act 1968. I call the Leader of the Opposition, Sir Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. After 11 months in this job, it's nice finally to be standing opposite the person actually making decisions in this government. The trouble is, it's those decisions that have left us with the mess we find today. The worst economic crisis of any major economy in the last 12 months. Unemployment at 5%, and as the Chancellor said, forecast to rise to 6.5%. Debt at over £2 trillion. I'm sure this budget will look better on Instagram. In fact, this week's PR video cost the taxpayer so much I was half expecting to see a line in the OBR forecast for it. But even the Chancellor's film crew will struggle to put a positive spin on this. After the decisions of the last year and the decade of neglect, we needed a budget to fix the foundations of our economy. to reward our key workers, to protect the NHS and to build a more secure and prosperous economy for the future. Instead, what we got was a budget that papered over the cracks rather than rebuilding the foundations. A budget that shows the government doesn't understand what went wrong in the last decade or what's needed in the next. The Chancellor may think that this is time for a victory lap, but I'm afraid this budget won't feel so good for the millions of key workers who are having their pay frozen, for the businesses swamped by debt, and the families paying more in council tax, and the millions of people who are out of work or worried about losing their job. And although the Chancellor spoke for almost an hour, we heard nothing about a long-term plan to fix social care. The Chancellor may have forgotten about it, but the Labour Party never will. The British people will rightly ask, why has Britain suffered a worse economic crisis than any major economy? The answer is staring us in the face. First, the Chancellor's decisions in the last year. This is the Chancellor who blocked a circuit break in September. Ignoring the science, he told the British people to live with coronavirus and live without fear. A few weeks later, we were forced into an even longer and more painful lockdown. Whatever spin the Chancellor tries to put on the figures today, as a result of his decisions, we've suffered deeper economic damage and much worse outcomes. And Madam Deputy Speaker, that is nothing compared with the decade of political choices that meant that Britain went into this crisis with an economy built on insecurity and inequality. The Chancellor referred to the last 10 years. We've got an economy as a result of those 10 years with 3.6 million people in insecure work, where wages stagnated for a decade, over 4 million children living in poverty. And critically, we went into this crisis with 100,000 unfilled posts in the NHS and where social care was ignored and underfunded for a decade. Members opposite voted for all of that. Today's budget doesn't even recognise that, let alone rectify it. It's clear the Chancellor is now betting on a recovery fuelled by a consumer spending blitz. In fairness, if my next-door neighbour was spending tens of thousands of pounds redecorating their flat, I'd probably do the same. But the central problem in our economy is a deep-rooted insecurity and inequality. And this budget isn't the answer to that. The Chancellor barely mentioned inequality, let alone tried to address it. So rather than the big transformative budget we needed, this budget simply papers over the cracks. If this had been a budget for the long term, it would have had a plan to protect our NHS, a plan to fix social care. And I can tell you this, a Labour budget would have had the NHS and care homes front and centre. But this budget is almost silent on those questions. If this had been a budget to rebuild the foundations, it would have fixed our broken social security system. Instead, the Chancellor has been dragged, kicking and screaming, to extend the £20 uplift in universal credit, but only for a few months, once again deferring the problem. As a result, insecurity and the threat of losing £1,000 a year still hang over 6 million families. They ask what we'd do. What we would do, we would keep the uplift until a new, fairer system can be put in place. If this budget was serious about rebuilding our shattered economy, it would have included a credible plan to tackle unemployment. The Chancellor said very little about the Kickstart scheme. No doubt because the Prime Minister says rubbish. That's no doubt because the Kickstart scheme is only helping 1 in 100 eligible young people. Rubbish is the right word, Prime Minister. In 6 months, it supported just 2,000 young people. Yet youth unemployment is set to reach 1 million. Like so much of this budget, the Chancellor's offer is nowhere near the scale of the task. And of course, the biggest challenge this country is the climate emergency. The Chancellor just talked up his green credentials, but his budget stops way short of what was needed or what's happening in other countries. This budget should have included a major green stimulus, bringing forward billions of pounds of investment to create new jobs and new green infrastructure. Instead, the government is trying to build a new coal mine, which we now learn might not even work for British Steel. If anything sums up this government's commitment to a green recovery and jobs for the future, it's building a coal mine we can't even use. If the government was serious about tackling insecurity and those most at risk from COVID, this budget would have fixed the broken system of statutory sick pay and, at the very least, filled the glaring holes in isolation payments. This isn't difficult to fix. The government should just make the £500 isolation payment available to everyone who needs it. That would be money well spent, and a year into the pandemic, it's a disgrace that it's not. If the government was serious about fixing the broken housing market, it would have announced plans for a new generation of genuinely affordable council houses. Instead, 230,000 council homes have been lost since 2010. Yet the Chancellor focused today on returning to subsidising 95% of mortgages. Now, I know what you're thinking. I've heard that somewhere before. Maybe it was because the Prime Minister announced it 5 months ago in his conference speech. No, I don't think anybody heard that. I remember now, it's what Osborne and Cameron came up with in 2013. And what did that do? It fuelled a housing bubble, it pushed up prices, and made owning a home more difficult. So much for Generation Buy. I've been saying for weeks that this budget will go back. I didn't expect the Chancellor to lift a failed policy from 8 years ago. This budget fell far short of the transformative change we needed to turbocharge our recovery for the decades to come. There was no credible plan to ease the burden of debt hanging over so many businesses. This is estimated at £70 billion. This budget asks businesses to start paying that money back, whether they're profitable or not. That affects millions of businesses. It will hold back growth because businesses will have to pay back money they never wanted to borrow instead of being able to invest in their futures and create jobs in their local areas. It's both unfair and economically illiterate. This budget also fell far short of what was needed to support the self-employed and freelancers, unless, of course, you're one of the Chancellor's photographers. After a year of inaction, we'll look at the details of what the Chancellor announced. But it certainly looks like, from the figure of 600,000 that he mentioned, that millions will still be left out in the cold. The Chancellor's one nominally long-term policy was his references to levelling up. But what does that actually look like? It's not the transformative shift in power, wealth and resources we need to rebalance our economy. It's not the bold, long-term plan we need to upskill our economy, to tackle educational attainment or to raise life expectancy. It certainly isn't a plan to focus government resources on preventative services and early years. For the Chancellor, levelling up seems to mean moving some parts of the Treasury to Darlington, creating a few free ports and re-announcing funding. That isn't levelling up, it's giving up. And instead of putting blind faith in free ports, the Chancellor would be better served making sure that government's Brexit deal actually works for Britain's manufacturers, who now face more red tape when they were promised less, for our financial services, still waiting for the Chancellor to make good on his promises, for the small businesses and fishing communities whose goods and produce are now left unsold in warehouses, and for our artists and performers who just want to be able to tour. Turning to other parts of the statement, we'll wait for the detail about the so-called super deduction, but it's unlikely to make up for the 10 years when the levels of private investment growth have trailed so many other countries. Of course, we welcome the creation of the National Infrastructure Bank, something we've called for years, although it would have been better if the government hadn't sold off the Green Investment Bank in the first place. We also welcome the introduction of green saving bonds. I have to say, what a good idea it is to introduce a new set of recovery bonds. The trouble is that the scale of what the Chancellor announced today is nowhere near ambitious enough. And the long overdue commitments to extend furlough, business rate relief, and the VAT cut on hospitality are welcome. But there is no excuse for holding the announcement of this support back until today. And of course, we'll look at the detail. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, there are very few silver linings in this budget. The IMF and the OECD have said now isn't the time for tax rises. We're in the middle of a once-in-300-year crisis. Our economy is still shut. Our businesses are on life support. So it's right that corporation tax isn't rising this year or next. Of course, in the long run, corporation tax should go up. The decade-long corporation tax experiment by this government has failed. But no taxes should have been raised in the teeth of this economic crisis. So it's extraordinary that the Chancellor is ploughing ahead with a £2 billion council tax rise affecting households across the country. So why is he doing that? Why is he doing that when every economist would tell him not to do it? Perhaps we find the answer in this week's Sunday Times. Rishi's argument, let's do all this now, far away from the election as possible. Or the Telegraph on the 27th of January. Raising taxes now means that they can be reduced ahead of the next election, Sunak tells MPs. Or the Mail in September. Sunak to hike taxes and lower them before the election. Let me be crystal clear. The proper basis for making tax decisions is the economic cycle, not the electoral cycle. Madam Deputy Speaker, behind the spin, the videos and the photo ops, we all know the Chancellor doesn't believe in an active and enterprising government. We know he's itching to get back to his free market principles and to pull away support as quickly as he can. One day these restrictions will end. One day we'll all be able to take our masks off, and so will the Chancellor. And then you'll see who he really is. And this budget sets it up perfectly, because this is a budget that didn't even attempt to rebuild the foundations of our economy or to secure the country's long-term prosperity. Instead, it did the job the Chancellor always intended, a quick fix, papering over the cracks. The party opposite spent a decade weakening the foundations of our economy. Now they pretend they can rebuild it. But the truth is, they won't confront what went wrong in the past, and they have no plan for the future. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. We now go by video link to the Chairman of the Treasury Select Committee, Mel Stride.
Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you, and I broadly welcome this budget. I say that also aware that the devil is always in the detail of budgets, and we very much look forward to welcoming my right honourable friend to the Treasury Select Committee on Thursday of next week to look at that detail in more detail. I totally applaud the measures that the Chancellor has taken in extending the bridge of support, the bridge between the crisis to the recovery. I think the measures he has taken around furlough, around support for the self-employed, the extension of the VAT reduction, business rates relief, etc. All of that is most welcome. I also very much welcome, as I and the Treasury Select Committee have been pressing for some time, the targeting elements that my right honourable friend has introduced as we come through this recovery. There's no doubt that certain parts of the economy will pick up quicker than others. Some businesses will do better than others. And so I welcome the 30% turnover threshold that my right honourable friend has introduced so that he can more accurately target the relief where it is needed. And that goes also for what I understand of his announcements around grants and of course the VAT reduction extension that will help particularly hard-pressed sectors. I also welcome the investment that he has announced in areas of the country, many of which will have suffered particularly during the crisis. And I think that is also welcome targeting. If I could turn briefly to the so-called excluded, those who have fallen through the gaps of support hitherto. I am a little disappointed not to have heard something by way of support for those directors working through their own limited companies, paying themselves by way of dividend, and yet not having those dividends counted towards their entitlement for furlough. There have been new ideas explored by the committee, and I would hope, even at this late stage, that the Chancellor would consider some of those ideas with the committee next week. I was, however, extremely pleased to see that the new self-assessment tax information that has been taken on board right up until, in fact, I think the Chancellor said last night, will be taken into account in helping many of those who would otherwise have fallen through the gaps of support, some 600,000 in total. I wanted to focus, Madam Deputy Speaker, just on three important areas for business and jobs and comment on what the Chancellor had to say in that respect. The first is corporate debt. The situation is that the data shows that larger businesses have a great deal of cash in the bank, and that's perhaps not surprising that they've been cautious, that they've received quite a lot of support from government, and of course, a lot of them have not been investing. However, amongst small and medium-sized enterprises, the picture is less clear, and there is a concern that I have that many of those businesses will struggle with the level of the debt that they have and will not be growing when we want them to be creating the jobs of the future, but actually will be focusing on deleveraging their balance sheets. And I would like to see something from the Chancellor as to how that particular problem might be addressed. If it is not, the risk here is that many of these SMEs will go out of business and markets will become more concentrated and less competitive as a consequence. On investment, I was hugely encouraged by what my right honourable friend said about the super deduction. My own view was that there should be an increase in the annual investment allowance. It seems to me that this goes significantly beyond that. The devil will be in the detail, but certainly if the kind of projections for investment that my right honourable friend has just outlined by way of the OBR's figures are correct as I understood them, that this will be a huge shot in the arm for corporate UK and very welcome. I welcome the 3-year loss carryback arrangements, also something the committee has pressed for. My third point would be around skills. I've been very impressed with all the announcements that have been made around encouraging apprenticeships, and there was more in the budget statement just now, the Kickstart scheme. It is imperative that we get this right and that we maximise the efficiency of the transfer of parts of the labour force from those parts of the economy and businesses that are contracting into those that are expanding. And I think the Treasury needs to play a very proactive role in making sure that those schemes are successful. One of the big tests I set in my mind for my right honourable friend's budget was to what degree he navigated successfully the requirement not to put up taxes too early and choke off growth, but at the same time making it very clear to the markets that he and the government are serious about dealing with the deficit and debt in the more medium term. And I have to say, once again, I've been pretty impressed with what I have heard. I want to see the detail, but it seems to me that the tax increases and the threshold freezes that my right honourable friend has announced do not kick in straight away, but he has charted a clear roadmap for how those taxes and thresholds will be dealt with between now and the end of this Parliament. If I could just say, Madam Deputy Speaker, on the issue of corporation tax, that is quite a hike from 19% to 25%. However, we still will remain internationally competitive, and I believe that President Biden, during his campaign for the presidency, suggested that US rates might rise from 21 to 28%. So I think on balance, it seems to me that this is a reasonable move, given that none of the possibilities are particularly palatable, and I welcome the carve-out for the small businesses through the small profit rate. It was pleasing to hear from my right honourable friend that the OBR's current projections have improved, and that we're hopefully going to get back to pre-pandemic levels of economic output 6 months earlier than previously was thought back in November. But of course, we still, as he has identified, face a huge challenge going forward, not just around COVID, Madam Deputy Speaker, but also the issue that we will have a smaller economy going forward, less taxes that will be able to be raised. And of course, we have demographic pressures going way out into the future with an increasingly elderly population and the pressures on our finances that will bring. And what my right honourable friend knows is that it is critical that we deal in a timely manner with these pressures, or interest rates will rise. And as he has stated, a 1% rise means an eye-watering £25 billion increase in the cost of servicing our debt. And that brings me to the principles that he has set out today, the principle of not borrowing to fund day-to-day expenditure at some point in the future, and also having an eye to seeing the level of debt as a percentage of GDP decreasing through time. I think those are welcome signals from my right honourable friend. I wanted to turn briefly now to, Madam Deputy Speaker, an issue that I think is an underestimated threat and has not been discussed enough in an economic context, and that is of a return of inflation. We know that inflation, if it increases and spikes up, and Andy Haldane, the chief economist at the Bank of England, has been pointing to this risk recently, that the Bank of England would need to tighten monetary policy to try and keep inflation under control. You would have bond markets in which the government and the Bank of England potentially were both sellers in that market, with increased upward pressure on interest rates and all that would follow. Inflation may come through increased friction in global trade, and we've seen increases in friction in trade with the EU 27 as a consequence of Brexit. It could come through the exchange rate, although the movements recently have been in a positive direction as the virus is being clamped down on, and our prospects have improved relative to other economies. But it could come through increases in energy costs, price of oil, and indeed the unwinding of some of the tax cuts, for example, those relating to VAT. But it could also come between the interplay between the supply and demand side of the economy as we recover. On the supply side, it remains uncertain how quickly companies will bounce back. We know that many of them being severely damaged. And on the demand side, it is also the case that we won't know at this stage the extent to which consumers will re-engage with the economy in a way that they did pre the pandemic, even though the virus is diminishing. And we also don't know what's going to happen to the huge amount of effectively enforced savings that has occurred in the economy, as people have not been able to engage with the economy in the usual fashion, perhaps up to, I believe the Bank of England has suggested 200 or 300 billion by the summer. If a lot of that goes back into the economy quickly, it will have a huge stimulus effect. If very little does, then clearly the opposite will be the case. And so I think it's absolutely right that my right honourable friend is ready and prepared to use the fiscal levers as appropriate over the coming months. And if he comes back to the House of Commons many, many times to do so, I think that should be seen as a position of strength, not weakness. So I wish my right honourable friend well. The committee will continue to be critical of him where I think it's appropriate, but also supportive of him in our common endeavour of putting the economy back on track. So could I conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, by broadly welcoming this budget? It comes against a backdrop of one of the worst economic crises outside of wartime. And yet there is hope that springs, Madam Deputy Speaker, from the past, from the strengths that we held going into this crisis, of strong and stable financial institutions, of record levels of employment, of the hard-won improvements to our public finances. But now it springs also, it seems to me, from the future, from the thousands of men and women, our scientists, our health workers, our volunteers, who appear to be on the brink of little short of a miracle, the wholesale turnaround in our country's fortunes due to vaccination. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, in broad terms, can I welcome my right honourable friend's budget today, but may I conclude by saluting each and every one of them. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I call the leader of the Scottish National Party, I should give a slight warning that there will be a time limit initially on backbench speeches of 7 minutes, but that will quite soon reduce to 5 minutes, and then quite soon after that to 3 minutes if we're going to have a chance to give everybody the chance to speak. But for the moment, it will be 7 minutes. Mr. Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I should thank the Chancellor for advance sight of his statement, but of course much of it against the usual protocol has already been leaked to the media, and it perhaps is worth stating that what's contained in the budget should be announced in this House and shouldn't be pre-announced in the media. Madam Deputy Speaker, the budget comes at a critical moment, a moment when people right across these islands can have faith that the end of the pandemic is finally in sight. Just as millions of people are now being injected with the hope of the vaccine, this budget should have injected the economy with the stimulus package that it desperately needs. The IPPR advised the government to boost like Biden, to generate an investment-led recovery. Instead, the Chancellor has produced a budget that offers people the bare minimum, a budget that completely fails to take responsibility for the bollocks that they've made of Brexit. Indeed, when we look at the OBR forecasts and we look at the years 2023, 2024 and 25, we see a forecast of 1.7, 1.6 and 1.7% growth. Where is the ambition? No. This is a budget that has a poverty of ambition. And when we contrast the response of the US administration and that fiscal stimulus of President Biden, and we put that in a historic context, and what we see over the course of the last decade, that US GDP growth has been 10% greater than that of the UK. And it's that failure to deliver growth which is imperiling our national finances. It is that lack of ability to deliver growth that holds back tax receipts. And it's that lack of ability to deliver growth that constrains the opportunities for people, that hold back the growth in productivity, that hold back the growth in wages, that leaves so many of our people living in poverty. Between the lines of the statement today, there were also the surest of signals. The conversion of this Prime Minister and Chancellor to increase public spending was only ever temporary. Today we have a Tory Chancellor returning to type. He is clearly itching to turn off the state spending taps. This budget is carefully laying the ground for more Tory austerity, a decade more of Conservative cuts. Because the Tories don't regret, well, I can see the Chancellor shaking his head. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Chancellor today had the opportunity, if he chose it, to continue the £20 uplift to universal credit and make it permanent. And not just make that permanent, to give some hope for those that depend on universal credit, but to extend it to legacy benefits. But what did we get instead? We got a commitment to contain it, to leave it in place for a further 6 months. In other words, when the restrictions on lockdown have come off, then the £20 uplift to universal credit comes off as well. Where is the compassion and the dignity for those that need that support? They will continue to need that support right after we come out of this crisis. That's the Tory party, Madam Deputy Speaker, that's reverted to type. And of course, the Tories don't regret austerity that they've inflicted over the last decade. They're nostalgic for it. We are told by the Chancellor that there has to be cuts to spending. We're told that there have to be tax increases. But we know that he's deliberately setting out a false choice. Because we heard nothing today about that need, not just here, but right around the world, to create the circumstances for investment-led growth? Where's the agenda that the UK is going to take to the G7 to make sure that we work collectively to deliver a better future for everybody out of this pandemic? Every credible economist knows that to protect and secure the public finances, we must create the circumstances for recovery, for growth, and that this has to be investment-led. Madam Deputy Speaker, as we look forward to the months ahead, we need to deliver a vision of a better future, and we need leadership to do this. So, for the people of Scotland, this budget comes at a critical moment of choice. Post-Brexit and post-pandemic, Scotland now has a choice of two futures. The long-term damage of Brexit and more Tory austerity cuts are the opportunity to protect our place in Europe and to build a strong, fair and green recovery with independence. This May, every citizen will cast their democratic decision on who they trust to rebuild our society and our economy in the wake of this pandemic. It will be a clear choice. Scotland's future in Scotland's hands, or in the hands of the Tories and this Prime Minister and Chancellor. And let's just say, we're looking forward to the verdict of the Scottish people. Madam Deputy Speaker, let me turn to the immediate priorities this budget should have dealt with. Because I'm sorry to say that the Chancellor stood up today and doubled down on exactly the same mistake that he's been making through this pandemic. Temporary extensions and temporary support could only ever mean a temporary reprieve for those millions who've been crippled by uncertainty for months. The Chancellor's temporary timelines for pandemic financial support completely contradicts his own government's policy. On the one hand, the UK government rightly tells people that they will follow data, not dates, when it comes to public health. But when it comes to financial support, the Tory policy is defined by dates, deadlines and cliff edges. Businesses and workers on furlough need certainty last March, last autumn, and they need it now. And frankly, Chancellor, for businesses that have been closed, to expect them to make increasing contributions to furlough simply isn't acceptable when they don't have the cash flow to pay for it. More temporary extensions and tapering furlough off falls well short of what businesses need. The Chancellor should make the commitment that full furlough support, at 80% wage support, will remain available to businesses as long as restrictions remain in place. No deadlines, no dates, no ifs, and no buts. This one clear commitment would immediately stabilise support for every struggling sector. The cut-off date for entry into job retention scheme should also be revised, ensuring support is available to the growing numbers who have started new jobs since the end of last October. Now, we welcome the VAT cut, but it should have been retained at 5% for much longer. And it should also be extended to those businesses, such as hair and beauty businesses, that also need this support. And whilst we welcome the ongoing support for rates relief, it doesn't go as far as our government has done in Scotland, with 100% rates relief for the calendar year across the retail, the hospitality, the leisure and aviation sectors. Madam Deputy Speaker, one of my biggest criticisms of this budget is it completely fails to recognise the sheer scale of the other pandemic our communities are suffering, the poverty pandemic. After a decade of underinvestment and Tory cuts, the last year has deepened the UK's poverty crisis and widened gaps in inequality. Yes, many have been in a position to save and build up financial deposits during these lockdowns. But, Chancellor, millions more are literally struggling to survive. Madam Deputy Speaker, 14.2 million UK adults are now categorised as having low financial resilience. That's an increase of 3.5 million since the beginning of the pandemic. And let me take an example from my own constituency. In January 2020, the Community Food Bank in South Skye and Lochalsh delivered 25 food parcels in 1 month. In December 2020, that same food bank was delivering 200 bags of food per week. 200 bags of food per week. Last year, this government was forced into providing that £20 uplift for universal credit. It literally was a lifeline for millions. It was needed then, and it's needed now. 6 million people are now claiming universal credit, a 98% increase since the pandemic began. Today, this Tory Chancellor is telling these 6 million people not to get too comfortable with that white lifeline, that in a matter of months it will be gone. Where's the compassion, Chancellor? Where's the support for people? Does he really think that this is good enough? That it's acceptable that so many people, so many families, so many children are being left in poverty? And he can avert his eyes and look away because he doesn't want to know the harsh reality. The Chancellor doesn't understand what it's like to be poor in Boris Johnson's Brexit Britain. Chancellor, do the right thing. This should never be temporary. It should be permanent. And let's make sure out of this budget that that policy is changed. Making the £20 universal credit uplift permanent has also got to extend to legacy benefits. And Chancellor, while you're at it, finally abolish the cruel benefit cap and end the 2-child limit. The Chancellor should also be using this budget to specifically support those most impacted throughout the pandemic. The Women's Budget Group found that women were twice as likely to be key workers as men, but are far less likely to be eligible for statutory sick pay. They also found that young women were disproportionately likely to work in the sectors that were the hardest hit by previous lockdowns. The Chancellor could support these women by finally introducing a real living wage and a livable sick pay for all. We know that after a decade of Tory decisions, child poverty has risen to alarming levels. The Joseph Rowntree Foundation and baby bank charity Little Village found that 4.2 million children living in poverty, including 1.3 million babies and children under the age of 5. This is supposed to be a civilised society. It's supposed to be a caring society. The Chancellor's just congratulated himself on his budget. Chancellor, where's the plan to get these 4.2 million children and their families out of poverty? Where's the plan to get these young children and babies out of poverty? Where's the sense of responsibility from a government? You know, what you can see is the Chancellor that's not even prepared to engage is looking away, and no wonder, because this Chancellor should be embarrassed by what he's done. This government needs to wake up to the scale of the child poverty crisis, and it could start by matching the Scottish Government's game-changing £10 child payment. And Madam Deputy Speaker, whilst we're on the subject of fighting poverty, let me say how disappointed I was by the failure of the Labour Shadow Chancellor at the weekend to state her party's clear support for making the universal credit uplift permanent. In the space of a week, Labour told us that their position on wasting billions on Trident nuclear weapons on the Clydes is non-negotiable, but can't even say what their position is on keeping this lifeline for struggling families. You know, you're living in strange times when George Galloway pledges his support for the Tories and the Labour Party sit on the fence when it comes to Tory cuts. And you would nearly feel sorry for the new Scottish Labour leader, severed at the knees by his Westminster bosses before he even gets started. Madam Deputy Speaker, not only does this budget signal the return of Conservative cuts, it also confirms that the Chancellor continues to snub the excluded. In time, when people reflect back on this period, it will be a damning indictment of this Tory government that they were prepared to coolly ignore 3 million of their own citizens during a pandemic. Talk such utter rubbish. Well, Prime Minister, there we are. Try telling that to the 3 million people that have had no financial support, Prime Minister, from your government over the course of the last year. You should be utterly ashamed at the degradation of responsibility from a government that's supposed to provide leadership to all its people. So much, Madam Deputy Speaker, for putting your arms around all of the people of the United Kingdom. 3 million people ignored, abandoned by a Prime Minister and a Chancellor that couldn't care less. All nonsense. Well, you should listen to those that haven't had financial support. On the BBC on Sunday, the Chancellor said his government had reacted, and I quote, generously and comprehensively. Well, Chancellor, tell that to the 3 million freelancers and self-employed that have been left behind without a penny, not a penny, Prime Minister, of support. A quick search of Hansard shows that the 3 million excluded have been raised in this House around 1,000 times since last March. Their plight has been ignored by ministers on 1,000 occasions in this House, and it's a disgrace that the Chancellor has chosen to ignore them today. Now, I do acknowledge and welcome that the newly self-employed are now finally being covered under the scheme. But there remains a whole community of people who remain ignored and forgotten by this Chancellor. Yes, there are 600,000 that are now to be included. But what about the other 2.4 million? Discarded, written off, ignored by the Chancellor and his Prime Minister. Madam Deputy Speaker, the failure of this budget to stand by and support those who have suffered most during this crisis goes to the very heart of the economic choices ahead. This should have been the budget that kick-started a strong, fair and green recovery. That is precisely why the SNP have been calling for a substantial stimulus package, 5% of GDP, at least a £98 billion package of investment. That would give us the opportunity to emerge from the pandemic with investment-led growth. This would follow the lead of President Biden and provide a fiscal stimulus that boosts business, protect jobs and stimulated sustained economic growth. Instead, this budget falls painfully short of this level of ambition. Instead, the Chancellor wants to drag us back to business as usual, back to the same old failed economics of a decade ago. And there is plenty of evidence that Tory austerity cuts are already making a comeback. In November, the UK Spending Review set out plans to reduce non-COVID related spending by up to £13 billion a year. There is already a public sector pay freeze, including for those key workers who have protected us through the crisis. That's the thanks from this government. And there's already been a reduction by Westminster in Scotland's capital budget. The Tory choice to impose austerity is also holding back the opportunity to truly build back better beyond this pandemic. A huge amount of these opportunities are in the green economy, whether in energy, in housing, transport and waste. Now, I acknowledge the £27 million announced towards the energy transition zone in Aberdeen, which matches financial commitment from the Scottish Government made in June 2020. But it still falls well short of the wider £62 million energy transition package from Holyrood. And let's not forget, the North Sea oil industry has contributed a massive £350 billion to the exchequer over the course of the last few decades. The Tories have reneged on promises to support carbon capture schemes in the past, so the Chancellor will surely forgive oil and gas sector workers in the north east of Scotland who've developed a healthy scepticism for Tory promises. Chancellor, to really stimulate the green economy, you need to finally reform Contract for Difference to deliver support for wave and tidal generation and guarantee that Scottish suppliers will be used. The Chancellor and the Government also need to give Ofgem a strategy objective to support the delivery of net zero, because transitioning to net zero is an economic imperative, but it's also a moral imperative. Last week, the UN Secretary-General warned that 2021 is make or break year to confront the global climate emergency. And I would generally say to all members that COP26 in Glasgow this November offers the chance to unite around an ambitious agenda to tackle the climate crisis. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is only possible for us to look forward to those opportunities because of the actions of those who have protected us through the last 12 months. Our NHS has been on the front line in the fight against COVID-19, and our workers have been nothing short of heroes with their efforts to save people's lives and provide care. If we are truly grateful for those efforts, then we must secure the financial future of the NHS by introducing long-term investment and rewarding those who work for it. Chancellor, a good start would be matching the Scottish Government's £500 thank you payments and making it free from tax and benefit deductions. It also means matching Scotland's current per head funding for the NHS, which would deliver an extra £35 billion for the NHS in England and £4 billion for NHS Scotland and Barnett consequentials. That, Chancellor, would be a fitting tribute to the institutions and the people who have bravely led us through the worst days of this pandemic. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is the second budget delivered by the Chancellor, and it's also very noticeable her little reference that he gave to Brexit compared to the first. No. Brexit is now the mess that the Tories and the Labour Party dare not speak of, and it's little wonder why. The bad Brexit deal the Prime Minister forced through the House in the final days of December is already proving more disastrous than predicted. Scottish businesses, from fishing to farming, are losing millions of pounds every day as a direct result of red tape. This threatens to get worse, with grace periods in some food exports ending in April. Instead of taking responsibility for the Brexit mess they have made, the Tories have washed their hands and walked away. The same is true for this budget. It fails to even recognise that the very survival of thousands of food and drinks exporters is now at stake. In December, the EU put in place a compensation package for those countries most affected by Brexit. Ireland alone got €1 billion. Chancellor, where in this budget is a similar compensation package for Scottish businesses who are losing out every single day? Where in this budget is a guarantee that the so-called Shared Prosperity Fund will match the loss of EU structural funds? Today's budget gives no commitment, no clarity and no compensation. It only adds to the ever-growing list of broken Brexit promises. And of course, the real agenda behind the Brexit betrayal is now emerging. For a year now, the Tories have been in panic, privately planning for an independence referendum that they publicly say won't happen. The purpose of the Internal Market Bill, of the Union Unit and the now so-called Levelling Up Fund is crystal clear. They are all, Madam Deputy Speaker, an attack on devolution. The Chancellor is undermining our Parliament and centralising resources and decision-making at Westminster. It is a naked power grab to bypass the devolved parliaments and take control of funding over devolved areas. Oh, the irony. Take back control. They're taking back control from our Scottish Parliament. That's not only the opinion of the SNP, it's the verdict of a former First Minister of Wales. And you know, when you hear Tory MPs representing Scotland chuntering away that they're supporting this power grab against the people of Scotland, then frankly they should be ashamed of themselves. Showing themselves up for what they've always been, the anti-Scottish Tory party. Carwyn Jones said the failure to apply Barnett to the new Levelling Up Fund would, and I quote, divert money away from Wales, Scotland and Northern Ireland and give a greater proportion to England. Of course, the Prime Minister has form because the Prime Minister has talked about doing that in days gone by. Madam Deputy Speaker, these attacks and devolution show what is now fundamentally at stake. Because, as I said at the beginning of this speech, post-Brexit and post-pandemic, Scotland has a choice of two futures. At the heart of that choice is a simple question. Who is best placed to lead Scotland's recovery and build a better future? Westminster governments we didn't vote for, or independent Scottish governments of whatever party chosen by us and with Scotland's best interests at heart. Absolutely. As we look ahead, we have every confidence in what is possible if we take our future into our own hands. We have the resources, we have the wealth, We have the talent. As an independent country, we can decide best how to use all these resources, all that wealth and all that talent. We will be the decision makers. We will be able to chart our own course and build our own future. The Tories can try and deny democracy all they like, but that inalienable right to self-determination cannot and will not be subject to a Westminster veto. There is no Boris veto on Scottish independence. We keep faith in the right and the power of the people to bring about democratic change. That choice is in the hands of Scotland's people. It is they, and they alone, who will now decide that future.
We now proceed with a maximum time limit of 7 minutes. That doesn't mean that members have to take 7 minutes. They can take fewer than 7 minutes, but no more than 7 minutes. I call the Father of the House, Sir Peter Bottomley.
It's tempting to say I won't waste time on the right honourable gentleman, but I think I will. He excited us all by the way he put down his beaker of water. We weren't sure whether it was going to survive its time during his speech as he got overexcited. We enjoyed what he read, but he didn't have time to look at the OBR, Office of Budget Responsibility, whose headline I may read: Budget extends rescue measures, stokes economic recovery and begins fiscal repair job. The economy is set to rebound thanks to rapid vaccine rollout, getting back to its pre-pandemic peak by the end of next year. Extending rescue measures takes support for households, businesses and public services to $344 billion. Generous tax incentives for business investment stoke the recovery over the next 2 years. Then medium-term tax rises and cuts to spending plans all but balance day-to-day spending with revenues and see underlying debt fall relative to national income. But risks remain upon the virus, legacy costs of public services and future interest rates. I think that balances what the leader of the SNP in this House said. I haven't had time to read all the budget documents, but I think I'm right in saying there's no mention of leasehold, common hold, cladding loans, or ways of coping with the excess property insurance premiums being faced by leaseholders. There's no attention yet to the Association of Residential Management Agents, who asked for a scheme which will cover the excess costs. With premiums going up by 400 to 600%, action is needed. Can I, so to speak, interrupt myself to take an opportunity to pay tribute to Jane Sinclair, Canon Jane Sinclair, who was rector, the first woman rector of St Margaret's in Parliament Square, who died in January. She was greatly loved in this House. She worked to re-establish the parliamentary links with the Speaker's chaplain, and she also had a reputation for liveliness, humour and effectiveness. But I understand she was once nominated to be the Rotherham Businesswoman of the Year. We miss her, and we send our sympathy to Gillian Cooper, her partner. Returning to the budget, I'm glad that the chairman of the Select Committee spoke about the dangers of inflation. The Chancellor will be aware of this. There are two groups who I think matter a great deal when considering this, besides the question of who can get jobs. And by the way, I think it would have been kind if the SNP, even the Leader of the Opposition, had welcomed the news from the Chancellor that the number of people who were out of work did not rise to the levels predicted at the height of the pandemic. That was in part a reflection of government measures, but in large part because of the way people buckled down, got on with life as much as they could, and by the government's courage in keeping things like the construction industry open, which made a great deal of difference to the supply side of products as well. While thinking of those affected by potential inflation, mortgage holders are one group, and the second are the elderly, many of whom are on fixed incomes. Although their incomes during the pandemic may have kept up, in real terms they drop if inflation returns. So I hope that we don't get to the 2% inflation, which is the government's, part of the government's instructions to the Bank of England. While on leaseholders, I believe that under the coronavirus powers, government should put a temporary stop to forfeiture of residential leaseholds. During that time, they ought to make sure that any substitute arrangements do not let the landlord, or freeholder it may be, take the whole of the equity in a forfeited lease. That is scandalous. It's going back to William I in the worst possible feudal way. If a home has to, or a leasehold has to be repossessed, any excess equity should and must, in justice, go to the person who's losing their home. I hope that officials will take note of that and discuss it among government and take action. I hope that we all recognise that, as the Honourable Gentleman from the SNP said, government has done more to bring some of the self-employed into the support schemes. There aren't enough. I don't want to use all my time by reading out all the points made in the website of Excluded UK, but I do recommend that website to people. In the same way, in the hospitality sector, I commend the website of CAMRA, the Campaign for Real Ale, who asked for a number of the things which the Chancellor has given in whole or in part. We're grateful to him for that. I know that motorists will be grateful for the fact that with the cost of petrol and diesel going up, the Chancellor is not adding to that by extra taxation at the moment. My prediction, as someone who drinks and try not to do it when I'm driving, is that in fact the revenues from spirits, from wine and from beer are likely to go up. And I believe that having duty rates which are frozen is a better way of getting extra revenue in. We ought to pay attention to what a tax rate is as well as what a tax take is. One of the curiosities about our national economic discussion is that those people like my former supervisor, although I was his worst pupil, Professor Sir James Mirrlees, did a calculation of what he thought the appropriate tax rate was. When he was young, he thought it was about 27%. By the time he got older, he'd become a bit more socialist and thought it was about 33%. We're running at 38%. And I believe that both the level of taxation and the rates of taxation deserve to have better public discussion. I hope the Chancellor can have forums which will do that. One of my constituents suggested the Chancellor should consider having separate tax codes for different key workers as a way of recognising their contribution. I said you'll always have a boundary problem, but then I said you always have a boundary problem in whatever you do in any form of life. One particular area where my constituents have been eyes and ears for me are a couple who ran a hospitality business on a river. They had to pay high fees to the Environment Agency for the ability to run their business. They don't have business rates, but the Environment Agency and DEFRA haven't yet managed to discover who it is who could say that they have a rebate on these licence fees they have not been able to use for most of the last 12 months. Just because you don't have a shop front doesn't mean to say there aren't costs which could be waived by government or by government agencies. I know that many people want to speak in this debate. I wanted to make the point that if we can recognise the contributions that people are making in their enterprises, we're more likely to have a hospitality sector in particular where people who've put landladies and landlords who put their hearts into and broken their hearts by throwing away stocks and gallons of beer twice in the last 12 months will be able to come back into operation. And I'd ask all my constituents not to have a drink on me, but go out and have a drink, whether alcoholic or not, with their friends when they can, and put this country back on its feet in our social lives as well as in our business lives.
Hear, hear.
Meg Hillier.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And in parts, I welcome this budget because it props up the system for a bit longer if it works. But I am worried that we've seen announcements about, for example, the extension of furlough at a point where many workers will have already been hit by decisions by their employers, worried that this announcement would not be made today. But the country is crying out for change. The country is in debt. There is an uncertain future for many individuals and businesses. Brexit, I didn't think I heard it mentioned in the Chancellor's speech, is hitting businesses and individual consumers very hard and proving costly to the economy, certainly in this short term. And the bit that was missing is the vision for a country that should be supporting people into decent, affordable homes, that should be properly tackling net zero, which I'll touch on in more detail, which should have a plan for social care, the sector that was abandoned at the early stages of COVID, and should be tackling the challenging issues around different employment status that has caused so much difficulty for so many. Everything in my constituency represented, actually, from 0 hours contracts, IR35, self-employment, employed for tax purposes only, people on short-term contracts. Different people have had different impacts as a result of COVID. The Chancellor said he'll do whatever it takes, but structurally the inequalities remain. The poorest had a welcome prop-up on the universal credit being the uplift being extended, but only to September. I'm not sure, Madam Deputy Speaker, I can see, and I'm not sure that the Chancellor would, I'm sure he'd agree, he doesn't have a crystal ball, about what will suddenly change in September that means that you can don't need the extra £20 a week. And structurally, there are real issues here. There are a few figures announced today. I haven't had a chance to go through the detail in the Red Book on green initiatives.
but there's not a clear plan. We've got targets on net zero, on environmental targets, including things like electric cars or net zero cars, and yet there are not enough milestones along the way to these targets which are coming upon us really fast. So little bits of money announced today I will be looking at in detail as my committee, the Public Accounts Committee, is examining in a series of inquiries issues around the green economy. But I do welcome, finally, a bit more support for some of the self-employed people in my constituency. We need to see the detail, but it is late. It is a whole year late. And I, like many, have constituents who have lived for a year without a penny of income, and they didn't qualify for universal credit, and sometimes we're in exactly the same position as somebody else who lost their job only a day later. Lives have been put on hold, future plans shredded, and there's no prospect of work for many of these people in many sectors for many months. I welcome investment in HMRC and DWP looking at fraud and error. These are small amounts, but it was this very government that pushed the bounce-back loans through, as the National Audit Officer said, with very little regard to risk. A slight delay of 24 or 48 hours would have put less risk on the taxpayer for the guarantee on those loans. And some of the furlough schemes, at the early stages, it was right to get it out the door, as my committee has acknowledged, but later, more safety mechanisms could have been put in place. So that money is good money chasing bad in many respects. The risk appetite was high. I'll give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
I thank the Honourable Lady, the Chairman of the Public Accounts Committee, for giving way. She mentions the risk in bounce-back loans. Her committee has done sterling service over the years. Our committee has done sterling service over the years on the whole question of tax evasion and the investigation of that. Does she have anything to say about that to the Chancellor? Because that seems to me a very, very large, lucrative area for the government to pay attention to.
Well, I would hope that some of that 100 million that HMRC have been given, and there's other, I have quickly scanned the Red Book, there's other money added to HMRC. As a committee, as the Right Honourable Gentleman, as a former chair of the committee, will know, we are very keen to see HMRC get money, because every pound they get for compliance, they bring back a lot more to the exchequer. So we need to look closely at this, because there is a challenge about the tax system, for example, for high street businesses versus online businesses. It's a complex matter, and no one should imagine there's a simple solution, as I know the Right Honourable Gentleman doesn't think it's simple, but I think it's something we need to continue to engage with. And on housing, Madam Deputy Speaker, once again we've seen a focus on fuelling demand, not increasing supply. And the Chancellor seems to have got off the hook on the leasehold issues for those constituents of mine who have dangerous cladding and those around the country by taking the announcement from MHCLG the other week as though that is the matter closed. I give way to him.
I thank the Honourable Friend for giving way, and she makes a powerful point about leaseholders, as the father of the House did as well, and she knows many are affected in my own constituency. Would she agree with me it's absolutely crucial that we get clarity from the Chancellor as soon as possible about the consequentials for Wales? He talked about funding across the Union of those announcements, and that there needs to be work with the Welsh Housing Minister to sort out the issues around the levy and the tax that have been proposed that are supposed to go and fund the dealing with some of those fire and building safety issues. It's absolutely urgent that's done as soon as possible.
I completely agree with my own friend. It's absolutely urgent for those people living in those homes whose lives are on hold, but it's also important for the exchequer. If the Chancellor's announcements do fuel a demand for buying housing, it's stymied by the fact that so many people are stuck in homes that are unsaleable, worth nothing, and are mortgage prisoners. So the whole supply system isn't working, and the demand system is being fuelled in the wrong direction. So, we've seen homes in my constituency which were being sold at just below the last threshold for this. And my committee has looked at the government's housing policies over many years now. 1 million new homes in England were promised between 2015 and 2020, and another 500,000 more by the end of 2022. Even taking into account the pandemic, we see, for example, the Starter Homes project fail completely after nearly £200 million was spent on land remediation alone, and £2.3 billion in total was set aside for that in the 2015 spending review. And yet the government, this didn't happen, Madam Deputy Speaker, because the government didn't even manage to enact the secondary legislation necessary to get it off the ground. And 5 years later, it finally announced that it was the end of starter homes and introduced first homes, a discount for first-time buyers. Now we're seeing a loan guarantee on 95% mortgages. So it's a very muddled policy. I can't see yet who will benefit, and we'll be looking at this in detail. And on the issue I touched on earlier, on net zero and environmental targets, there are big targets the government is setting, but our detailed work on the Public Accounts Committee raises many concerns. This is on top of failures of the Green Deal, the privatisation of the Green Investment Bank, 3 competitions for carbon capture and storage, and one more recently announced that so far the first 3 have failed, and real inertia on developing proper long-term commitments to really tackling climate change. It's easy to make an announcement. I won't give away, I've already taken 2 interventions, but it's easy to make announcements. It's much harder to get the system to deliver on these. And there is a will in this House, I think, Madam Deputy Speaker, to deliver on this. But the government has got to stop making cheap headlines. And on jobs, we're seeing only 1 in 100 young people aged 16 to 24 benefiting from Kickstart. Again, a nice headline, but unless it delivers for our constituents, it is not working. And we need to act now on making sure that FE is properly funded so it can plan ahead as we come, hopefully, out of lockdown and into a more normal life, and make sure that people are able to be reskilled. And finally, I welcome the movement, as far as I've read the detail, which isn't in full detail yet, of visas for tech entrepreneurs. This has been a break on progress in Shoreditch, in my constituency. However, we have young people in this country who have been brought up in the UK, for whom it is their home, the only country they know. They are struggling to buy citizenship at over £1,000 apiece because families just can't afford it. They may pay for citizenship for the main householder, but not for the family. This is something that I feel is viscerally unjust, and we have this talent in our communities, in our constituencies, in our country, who are essentially British but priced out of citizenship. So if we're going to have visas for tech entrepreneurs at an easy rate, why don't we do this for the young people already in our country, willing, able and capable of contributing?
Sajid Javid.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Over the course of the past year, in countries not too dissimilar to our own, people have been asked to choose between protecting their livelihoods or protecting their lives. That has not been the case in our country. And for that, we have my right honourable friend to thank. He said right at the very start of this pandemic that he would do whatever it takes to protect jobs, to protect businesses, to protect public health, and he has delivered on every count. And this nation has rightly given him its gratitude. Now, despite his success, the Chancellor will be in no mood for a victory lap. Comprehensive support, as he has said today, has come at unprecedented pressure to our public finances. To date, as we heard, the government has already spent more than £300 billion, every penny of that borrowed. And now, whilst low interest rates have certainly helped, we cannot expect such a benign lending environment to last forever. With national debt already close to national output, as we heard, just a 1% rise in gilt would mean an additional yearly cost of debt servicing of £25 billion by 2024. That's more than half of the annual defence budget. And indeed, we're already seeing rising pressure, especially because of rising global inflation expectations. So we cannot allow the inflation tiger to prowl unchecked. Madam Deputy Speaker, the faster our economy can bounce back, the easier it will be to manage our debt in the future. Thankfully, I believe that our prospects for a sharp, strong recovery look very promising. Thanks to government support, the vast majority of businesses are ready for the shutters of the economy to be lifted. The Bank of England has shored up confidence with monetary easing. Households are sitting on some £100 billion of excess savings, and unlike wartime recessions, there has been no physical destruction of capital. And above all, the government is delivering on its vaccination programme, a programme that is the envy of Europe, and it will lead this continent out of the lockdown. And so for these reasons, I'm very optimistic about the recovery, and I think it will happen rapidly.
My right honourable friend give way.
I
thank my right honourable friend for Bromsgrove giving way, and he of course was part of the legacy that's put us in a strong position to make the support packages that my friend the Chancellor has. Would he agree with me that small businesses are the absolute lifeblood of our recovery, and that my right honourable friend the Chancellor has brought forward in the Helping Businesses Grow package today 2 really insightful schemes that will support the nation's smallest businesses?
I thank my honourable friend for his comments, and I very much agree with that. And I think actually more than 2 schemes, if we're honest, a number of schemes that will help businesses, not least the speed and the scale of the recovery that I've talked of. And I especially welcome those measures, but also the super deduction and the support through grants for businesses as well. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, in the medium term, we will put our country back onto a more firmer financial footing by tackling some of the systemic issues that were around long before this pandemic hit us, such as low productivity and regional inequality. That's why I'd like to welcome also the Chancellor's emphasis on infrastructure investment. Not only will this provide an immediate increase in economic activity, but it will also drive long-term productivity improvements, and it will make sure that growth is even better distributed across the entire United Kingdom. But I would urge him not to take his eye off delivery. Successive governments have had a poor history of the delivery of infrastructure projects, both on time and on budget. So I hope that my right honourable friend will consider complementing his very welcome changes to the Green Book, the new National Infrastructure Investment Bank, with a comprehensive cross-government delivery strategy. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, while grants and support schemes have been consumed by our generation, they will be paid for by the next. And that's why the Chancellor was absolutely right to level with the British people and to set out so candidly the pressure on the nation's finances. While slamming the brakes on spending now would be self-defeating, the government should be drawing up plans for medium to long-term plans to manage debt. And that's why I welcome many of the initiatives the Chancellor set out today, including his commitment to try to avoid borrowing for day-to-day spending. But this commitment, I think, starts with new fiscal rules. The Chancellor should ensure that these rules are in place by year-end, ideally alongside the next budget and the comprehensive spending review. Having run 4 spending departments and the Treasury, I'm left in no doubt that a fiscal anchor is essential to control spending and to control debt. And lastly, Madam Deputy Speaker, in the long term, putting the country back on a firm financial footing means that we need to build resilience against future disasters, as the Chancellor recognised in his budget speech. Now, of course, not every disaster is a black swan, and it would be foolish to prepare for crises that we cannot foresee whilst we are ignoring those that we can. So in terms of their potential impact on the future economy, few crises are more existential than climate change and declining biodiversity. That's why, as Chancellor, I set Professor Dasgupta very ambitious terms for the independent review that he did on the economics of biodiversity. It makes clear that biodiversity is declining faster than at any other time in human history. If we continue to undermine the resilience of the natural world, we will introduce new sources of serious financial uncertainty, not least of which the increased spread of infectious diseases. Now, whilst of course it will take time for the Treasury to digest Professor Dasgupta's review, the Treasury should make a start on one of his most central recommendations, the need to recognise the value of the natural world in our national accounts. I would urge the Chancellor to formally ask the UK Statistics Authority to review how this might be done. The ONS is one of the most widely respected economic institutions in the world. If it can lead by example, it can make such a difference and try to persuade other countries and financial institutions to do the same. We can lead on this, not least because of our chairmanship of the G7 and the COP26 conference this year. Madam Deputy Speaker, this has been a long, hard winter, and we have all been hibernating for many months. But as case rates fall and the vaccination programme continues at pace, the frost has begun to thaw, and we are beginning to see the first signs of spring. The government has been given a precious opportunity, not just to resurrect our economy, but to reinvigorate our entire country. I am in no doubt that the Chancellor will rise to the occasion with the energy that this moment requires and the sense of purpose that history demands. And I'm pleased to say that his budget is the first step to doing just that.
Thank you. We now go by video link to Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm delighted to be able to speak in this budget debate, but sadly this budget does not reflect the reality of people's lives. I've just come this morning from a local food bank. People queuing up to try to get enough food to get by. People that thought they would always be okay, they would have enough money to live on, but they don't, and therefore they rely on food banks. To the tens of thousands of people that have volunteered in mutual aid groups all over this country, I think we should say a huge thank you. They have contributed in a way that the government has not to the lives of so many people that would be in such a great difficulty if those food banks were not there. And when the Chancellor talks about extending the furlough scheme and protecting people on those wages, I point out to him that the scheme includes no floor within it. Therefore, 80% of minimum wage is a lot less than the money people need to live on. It was my friend, the member for Hayes and Harlington, who a year ago proposed that we have a furlough scheme, and he sent substantial papers to the Treasury in order to bring that about. Sadly, I don't believe the Chancellor read the whole of them, because the scheme proposed by my friend would have guaranteed everybody's income and jobs, and would have had a floor to it, and would have gone on to protect people's conditions and wages, as well as those in all aspects of self-employment, including in the artistic sector. Yet, there are many people in work at the moment who are being threatened with fire and rehire, where companies are trying to dismiss the whole workforce and rehire them on lower wages and worse working conditions. British Gas, for example, British Airways tried it on, and so many other companies are trying to do the same thing. Where is the protection for people's living standards and jobs in this budget? Sadly, it is desperately missing from it. On public sector pay, many are going to be hit by the pay freeze, by a stealth income tax rise, by the freezing of the tax allowance, which I remind the Chancellor, a previous government, a Labour government in the 1970s, came a cropper on that one when the Rooker-Wise amendment was passed to prevent the Chancellor from freezing the tax-free allowance. Millions of public sector workers who contributed so much to dealing with the COVID pandemic. Those working in our National Health Service, in our care services, and our local government have made inhuman efforts to try to help people get through a desperate time, helping people through the mental health crisis and so much else. And their reward is going to be frozen pay. And for those working in local government, a continued underfunding of local government services, and for pretty well everyone across the country, a 5% rise in council tax as local councils desperately try to balance the books and deal with the increased demands on their services because of the COVID pandemic. And so I hope that the Chancellor will recognise that we do need a proper funding formula for local services all across the country, and not just claps for the NHS and the care service and the delivery workers, but actual pay increases for them to recognise the massive contribution that they are making to our society. The budget said a great deal about corporation tax and other business taxes, but it didn't say very much about tax evasion or tax avoidance. From the government statements, they propose to raise somewhere around 2.2 billion between now and 2025, in the next 4 years, from tax avoidance and tax evasion. Yet the real figure is somewhere over £30 billion per year that's lost to our public services by tax avoidance and tax evasion. If this government was serious, it would have included measures within this budget to deal with tax avoidance and tax evasion. And so I hope, by contrast, the government will recognise that not increasing statutory sick pay, whilst at the same time doing nothing about tax evasion and tax avoidance, says it all about Tory priorities. Statutory sick pay, £95 per week. The Secretary of State for Health himself said he couldn't live on that. I don't think any member of the House of Commons would want to try and live on that. So why are we expecting anybody else to within our society? It has to be increased, as does a guarantee of the at least £20 rise in universal credit, which is at the moment still there as a temporary measure. The Chancellor had obviously read quite a lot of my friend, the member for Hayes and Harlington's proposals before the last election, in which he pointed out that he wanted to move jobs to the north and he wanted to ensure that the increase in public spending that we were proposing would help people all across the north. And so he's made a big deal about 750 jobs going to Darlington. Sadly, all that is cancelled out by the huge number of job losses on transport authorities all across the north of England, particularly in Greater Manchester and Merseyside City region, where the government has not provided the funding packages to support their transport systems that they have provided for London and other places. And so this degree of unfairness between the north and south will continue. The degree of unfairness between the richest and the poorest with our society will increase under this budget. Towards the end of his speech, the Chancellor managed to give us a great deal of greenwash of his proposals. Of course, we all support a green industrial revolution. It was central to Labour's manifesto at the last election. But where's the commitment on net zero emissions by 2030? Where's the commitment on protection of biodiversity to protect us all for the future? Mr. Speaker, this budget is such a lost opportunity. At the end of it, our society will be more divided than it is at the present time. There'll be greater stress and uncertainty amongst so many people's lives because of this budget. Mr. Speaker, we can, should and must do much better than this.
Thank you. Point of order, Sajid Javid.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think at the start of my contribution, I should have reminded the House of my entries in the members' register of interest, and I hope I can put that on the record now.
Yeah, I thank the Honourable Gentleman for his point of order. It is essential that he should have drawn the House's attention to that, and he has done so in an almost timely fashion. I thank him for it. We now go by video link to Catherine Fletcher.
Thank you so much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Back last year, I asked the Prime Minister on behalf of the good people of South Ribble to throw the kitchen sink at supporting the British people to get through this awful pandemic. And today, this Conservative Chancellor has continued to do just that. Kitchen sinks are being thrown. The scale of the financial support we're offering is massive. We're extending our spending to help people and businesses much further than many expected, right through to September and beyond. Helping businesses to survive with furlough and VAT cuts, supporting them to get back on their feet with restart grants. 407 billion quid. It's a lot of money to help this country in its time of need. It was the Conservatives, remember, who spoke a decade ago of getting the nation's finances sorted. We were fixing the roof when the sun was shining. Well, this once-in-a-century global pandemic is the weather equivalent of it raining stair rods. Cats and dogs have fallen from loaded dark grey clouds on the British people during this pandemic. Businesses have been forced to close or work in different ways to save our lives. Our existential British right to talk a load of nonsense down a pub on a Friday night with friends and strangers has been curtailed, not to mention the brilliant people that run these businesses. This Chancellor and government know what they're doing. We get that we couldn't have a situation where people lost their jobs or their hard work for businesses just because some bat in China got a nasty cough a couple of years ago. That's not their fault. It's not your fault. And this government has done eye-wateringly massive things quickly to protect you and your family and your work from the consequences of bats and biology. So it's also honest to say that this help has cost us a fortune. This Conservative government has been fair in protecting people when the awful things happen, but the money sums, ooh, wow, massive. So it's our money, and costing us a fortune, I do mean us. It's not government money, it's not some nebulous concept, it's our money raised by our taxes on our hard work and our business innovation. And at some point, we're going to have to pay this massive support back. Not all in one go and not at any price. But I commend the Chancellor's honesty today in setting out two broad themes on how to keep us on an even keel with our money and the nation's finances. As individuals, we're going to have to push back some potential gains to future years, like with freezing the points in salaries where we pay a bit more tax, like asking the bigger businesses to contribute a bit more without making us as a country too different from our international peers in the G7. As government, we'll have to continue to be careful in how we spend our money. But when we do spend money, spend it to invest. And this statement shows that we'll focus on areas that will help us grow as businesses, grow as communities. We're putting in place the foundations for a future economy to boing back, never mind bounce. Today's announcements of investment, super deductions and capital investment plans are huge, boosting business investment by enormous sums with world-leading measures. This government supporting you to invest to grow your business, creating good jobs across the country. Measures today, such as the UK Infrastructure Bank in Leeds, wrong side of the Pennines, but still amazing, or on the Levelling Up Fund. It will make the UK and Lancashire the best place in the world for innovative businesses to set up and grow. Free ports will help us get our goods to the world, and Help to Grow is brilliant. It will give everyone access to new skills and technologies and boost their businesses, no matter how small they are. You know, I would have absolutely run with open arms to these measures when I was running my business, Madam Deputy Speaker. And on a personal note, the people of Leyland want me to thank hugely the Chancellor for the investment of £25 million announced today in our town. For too long, Leyland's not seen its fair share of investment. And recently, local businesses, local officials, elected people like me, and experts from government have been working really hard together in the town board to put a bid together to transform our town centre. I'm so chuffed it was successful. Thank you. I can't wait to get spades in the ground and get started. And in today's debate, it's also important to note I have the honour of following the right honourable gentleman for somewhere in London, Islington. If only to point out where his crazy spending plans would have put us in the middle of this crisis. In short, a mess. These plans, which the front bench opposite supported in their manifesto, would have done a black hole bigger than this pandemic has in our nation's finances, with the pandemic then deepening it. The Labour Party just aren't being honest or straight with the public when they suggest we can just borrow our way out of this. When they're a bit vague about what they'd actually do to fix this problem, that's because they aren't being honest about the consequences of having too much debt and the safety and security of our country. Not committing to anything and being a bit vague is fine as a political strategy, but it's not a way to do the right thing by the great British people. This Chancellor and this government are doing the right thing to support us. Responsible, grown-up, practical and fair. They're being honest about what we've been facing, honest still to face, and they're looking to the future, investing for growth in Leyland's town centre, in Lancashire's businesses and across the nation. It's what we need to build back better, and I support this budget wholeheartedly today.
Video link to Christine Jardine.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's an honour to follow the honourable member. I think we all appreciate that the Chancellor's statement today comes at a time when the COVID-19 virus has had far-reaching, in some cases life-changing, even life-ending consequences for far too many of our constituents. People who have seen the well-planned, well-financed future they had built for their families swept away by this virus. Businesses now on the brink, because they responsibly followed the rules laid down by the government. And while there are some steps in this budget, which I'm sure will be welcomed, it does not, for me, go far enough for the many who have suffered the most. Those, for example, on lower incomes, for whom the freeze on the tax threshold will mean a real terms loss in their income. Madam Deputy Speaker, today, 1 million small business owners who have been fighting desperately to stay afloat and protect jobs and livelihoods were looking to the Chancellor to extend to them a lifeline. Today, something to get them through the next few months and out of the other side of this pandemic. And while there will be changes to corporation tax in 2 years' time, that is 2 years' time, what about tomorrow, next week, next month? And I'm sorry, but I believe that what we've heard today falls far short of what those small businesses needed. Shops, tradesmen, hairdressers, florists, who are the backbone of our economy, the heart of our communities, we need to get them through the next few months, and they needed changes now. They have lost income, revenue to pay the rent costs which are building up, the debt which they are accruing through this. £5 billion for small businesses is not enough. What the Chancellor has announced doesn't even touch the sides of the problem. What we needed, and what Liberal Democrats have been calling for, is a £50 billion recovery fund, which would help small businesses meet their costs, replace their lost revenue until they are able to trade properly again, until the economy is opened. £25 billion over 3 months, £50 billion. We've seen it can succeed in Germany. We also called on the Chancellor to implement a zero business rates policy for all small businesses in 2021 to 22. And while maintaining the VAT cut for hospitality is essential, we would have liked to see that stay in place until the end of the financial year, not just September, and not just for hospitality, but for all businesses. VAT deferral would allow them to free up capital to invest in their business. The extensions to furlough, to self-employed support and to universal credit all needed to go much further. Furlough should be extended for as long as we need it, and all self-employed and excluded should be brought into it. Too many people who've been left out will remain so after this budget. There are 3 million people who have had no financial support at all in this crisis, and only 600,000 of them, by the Chancellor's own figures, will be helped. APPG on gaps in support in this Parliament gave the Chancellor a plan which would have helped those left out. Why did he not take it? And as for the universal credit uplift, even with it, the UK still has one of the least generous social welfare systems in the OECD, and one we all know is seriously flawed. And the uplift is due to end when the unemployment could rise again as the furlough scheme that has kept it down comes to an end. So when will this government listen to the voices across the country from all political parties who are calling for pilots, trial schemes of a universal basic income, which would have meant that nobody would have fallen through the cracks in this crisis? So now we all look to September and wait for the Chancellor's next batch of patches. I am left, Madam Deputy Speaker, today with far too few answers and too many questions. Why is our economic performance so much worse than others? Why is support for small businesses and self-employed so little, especially for those so hard hit by Brexit? There's no long-term reform of business rates. Why nothing on social care and carers? Why so unambitious on our future green industries? There's no tax incentives for transitioning away from a carbon economy. And there's nothing to replace the Green Homes Grant. But there is, as I said, a tax hike on the lowest paid by freezing the threshold next year. And to simply mitigate the problems caused by COVID does not repair the economy or provide the investment for the growth that we need for recovery. Madam Deputy Speaker, small businesses, families, self-employed people up and down this country today were watching, hoping for something to repay their commitment, their sacrifice in fighting this pandemic. A fair response from their government, not self-congratulations on having done so well. The Chancellor, at the beginning of his statement, promised us a budget to meet the moment. I'm afraid I don't feel he has fulfilled that pledge.
David Davis.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I start by associating myself with the comments of the Leader of the House on the excluded UK issue, helping them, and on the leaseholder issue, which is also requires help. And can I also say, associate myself with those on both sides of the House who have called for rendering permanent of the uplift to universal credit. I think in due course that will prove sensible. When I applied for this debate a few days ago, given the headlines in the press, Madam Deputy Speaker, I thought I might be challenging head-on the Chancellor's strategy in view of my concerns that a sudden increases in taxes would crush any recovery. So it's a pleasure today to find that's not the case and that I can be much more supportive of my right honourable friend. Obviously, COVID-19 has led to incredibly difficult economic circumstances. The country has suffered the worst peacetime economic shock ever. Indeed, we have, I think, the worst outcome in the G7 too. And the deficit is the worst since 1944, which of itself is extraordinary, a date which I'll come back to. So the Chancellor faces quite remarkable economic problems, worse than any previous Chancellor, as I say, in peacetime history. And I may say he has handled it with remarkable sensitivity in the way he has put his policies together. I'll have a question about one or two, but broadly speaking, he's met this economic challenge of enormous magnitude with great skill. But enormous magnitude, what do these numbers mean? These billions and trillions that are casually thrown about by supposedly expert commentators are incredibly difficult for ordinary people to understand. And in my view, they're best understood by looking at them against the impact, as it were, by household or by wage earner, because that gives you a better idea of what they mean. So, for example, the latest deficit figures published before today were £394 billion a year. That's £14,000 per household. £14,000 per household. That's the size of the black hole we have to fill. Well, just looking at the size of the number tells you that no tax policy can solve it. The idea of imposing £14,000 per household of taxes is a nonsense. It would be designed to destroy any economic recovery. Only a recovery policy designed to restore the tax base and remove the need for subsidies will close that gap. Restore the tax base is the only way to do it. And I'm pleased to see that the Chancellor has essentially adopted that strategy. Similarly with debt. We've got the most recent estimates of well over 2 trillion, maybe 3 trillion. 2 trillion or thereabouts amounts to £77,000 per household. I remember only a few days ago the BBC commentator talking about paying off the overdraft. Well, I don't have an overdraft of 77,000. This is a big mortgage that you don't pay off in 1 year. So to pay off such a debt rapidly would be crippling. And again, the size says it all. It has to be paid off in the very long term, the Chancellor himself said, over decades. Now, since it's the worst debt and deficit combination since 1944, we should treat it the same way as they did then, with a 50-year time horizon on the loan, if you like, a war loan. Both of the World War I and World War II debts were paid off this century, within the last 20 years. So that gives us an indication of what needs to be done. And frankly, just as an aside here, I've had a number of people say, oh, well, the interest rates might go up. To a very large extent, two things are happening here. One, every single country in the world's got this issue, and therefore every single government in the world has an incentive to hold the interest rates down, and they now have the mechanisms to do it. With quantitative easing, they do it time and time again, even before today. And to close that 14,000 household deficit, we need to do what? We need to increase growth, we need to increase employment, and we need to increase wages. All of those things will increase the tax base. And the Chancellor said, I'm glad to hear him say it, that his first priority was employment. That's the centre of those aims, and that is exactly right. That requires, of course, higher domestic investment to achieve it. It requires higher foreign inward investment to achieve it. It requires higher new company formation, higher research and development, and it will then in turn generate higher aggregate demand. Tax increases help none of these. So this issue about tax increases is not a Tory ideological issue. It's an issue about what delivers the recovery. Now, income taxes increases, obviously, whether they're direct or whether they're stealthy, reduce aggregate demand. They reduce the amount of money people can spend. Corporation tax increases suppress investment. Capital gains tax increases deter both domestic investment and foreign investment. And the one thing I worried about in this budget was the proposal to go to a 25% corporation tax in a couple of years. That will have precisely the deterrent effect I worry about with respect to inward investment. I'm looking at the honourable member, my Northern Irish friend, I want to call him Sammy, I can't, who is nodding at me because, of course, in the province, this is absolutely a central issue for us all. So we have to worry about tax increases from that point of view. I was very pleased to hear from the Chancellor that his emphasis on what he called the science superpower strategy. And as he said, it's not hubristic. We are the country with the highest number of Nobel Prizes per capita in the world, and therefore we should be able to marshal something out of that. He talked about, we've had already an announcement on setting up of our equivalent of DARPA, ARIA, new strategies, new funding for science, and new tech visas. All of these things will help us all, the whole kingdom, in terms of improving our growth rate. But what is a growth strategy worth? It's very difficult sometimes, particularly dealing with the Treasury, who's very difficult about dynamic taxation. It really doesn't seem to understand it, despite the fact the British Treasury under Nigel Lawson created the best dynamic tax demonstrator in history.
Order, I'm afraid the honourable gentleman has come to the end of his time. Sammy Wilson.
Speaker, can I first of all welcome this budget and welcome the reminder which the Chancellor made at the very end of his speech that this budget and indeed the actions which have been taken by the government over the last year give an indication of the value of the Union. And I look at the details which have been given in the budget paper itself, where in Northern Ireland over 250,000 people are having their wages paid through the furlough scheme. 200,000 self-employed people are having their income supported as a result of the scheme. That £1.5 billion worth of loans have been made available to businesses in Northern Ireland, and the Northern Ireland Executive has benefited by over £3 billion in Barnett consequentials, which has enabled them to put in place bespoke schemes in Northern Ireland. So I think that for anyone listening to this, it is a good reminder that being part of the 5th largest economy in the world has economic benefits, and economic benefits which can't be replaced through any other arrangement. The second thing I want to say is that I welcome many of the measures in the budget. It's a difficult time for the Chancellor to make the budget, and I'm glad to see that many of the things which we as a party had written to the Chancellor and spoken to the Chancellor about have been reflected in the budget. The hospitality industry, which is very important in Northern Ireland, lobbied heavily for the VAT, 5% VAT to be maintained, and I'm glad to see that that is being maintained, albeit not for the whole year. I represent a rural constituency, and many of my constituents were concerned about the increase in fuel duty and the impact that would have on their cost of living. And I'm glad to see that again that has still been frozen. Many businesses looking at their overheads wanted to ensure that they weren't going to be subject to rates again, and the business rates relief has been important there. However, there are many challenges, and the Chancellor was up front about this. Many challenges as to how we pay off the debt. And he made it quite clear there were going to be some painful choices to be made. And I think that the budget papers themselves just illustrate how painful some of those choices are going to be. For example, when it comes to the freezing of the thresholds for income tax. Over the next 5 years, the amount of money taken from people across the United Kingdom in income tax is going to go up by 25%. Now, some of that will be as a result of the 3% increase in employment, but much of it will be through a stealth increase as thresholds are not moved up, inflationary increases in wages happen, and people pay more. Like the last speaker, I am worried about the impact on the corporation tax increases. While the Chancellor has indicated that they'll not come in immediately, nevertheless, over the period that we have the figures for, corporation tax is going to increase, according to the figures, by 100%, 112%, the corporation tax take. Now that will, I believe, have an impact on investment, though the allowances which have been granted hopefully will ensure that some of that corporation or some of the profits will be ploughed back. I'll give way, yes.
Of course, the fact that when you put up corporation tax like that, it doesn't deliver the arithmetic outcome. You actually get less back, and it suppresses your business as well at the same time.
You know, we have had promises made that we will become the Singapore of Europe. If we're going to become the Singapore of Europe, then it is important that we become a most attractive place for investment. And I believe that low corporation taxes are one of the ways of doing that. I also am concerned aviation is an important industry for Northern Ireland because of our limited links with the rest of the UK, and also the importance of international links for a place like Northern Ireland, which is an exporting area. And yet there was no specific mention of the aviation industry, but I note that even in the midst of this crisis which the aviation industry is facing, air passenger duty is going to go up by 50%. The take from air passenger duty is going to go up by 50% over the next year, and over the period of the budget figures by 300%. Now again, I think that if the Chancellor is really aware of the difficulties being faced by the aviation industry, he does need to look again at the whole area of air passenger duty and how we improve connectivity and how we improve and sustain and support that industry, which has been one of the hardest hit after hospitality by the coronavirus restrictions. The other point that I want to make in conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that there are opportunities for tax increases, and indeed with opportunities for tax increases which will not actually hurt businesses and hurt individuals in the United Kingdom. As a result of Brexit, we do now have the opportunity to tackle those people who have been avoiding taxes wholesale. And I'm thinking of the Amazons and the Googles who use the Irish Republic as a place where they can locate, take all their profits to, load all their costs into the GB and to the United Kingdom, and then avoid our taxes. And I believe that there are important opportunities that the Chancellor needs to take. And I'm disappointed that even with the announcement of additional inspections for tax fraud, that the amount is so small. And I believe that one of the reasons is that you don't just need new inspectors, you need new policies. And we should be getting on with that. But all in all, I think that for many people in Northern Ireland, they will recognise as a good budget for the Union, a good budget for individuals, and a good budget for recovery.
Very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I want to welcome this budget on behalf of my constituents in Murray and people across Scotland. There was a lot of good news in what the Chancellor had to say today. But I want to pick up on a few remarks, first of all, on the speech made by the leader of the Scottish National Party. First of all, he accused members of this government of not understanding what it's like to be poor. quite an incredible statement from someone who earned his fortune as an investment banker in the City of London before he rediscovered himself as a humble crofter.
Yes,
he also went on to say that this budget lacked ambition. Well, I felt there was ambition weaved throughout the Chancellor's statement. Ambition for individuals and families and businesses in the weeks and months ahead, and ambition for our country in the years ahead. And if the leader of the SNP at Westminster wanted to see a statement that lacked ambition, he should have looked at Nicola Sturgeon's statement of her partial route map out of lockdown restrictions for Scotland last week. That was a document that lacked ambition, a statement that lacked ambition, hope and clarity, and one that we are seeing unravel at the moment as people in Scotland expect more from their government. And the final point I want to focus on from the Right Honourable Gentleman's speech was his comments about business rates and how in Scotland there has been an extension to the freeze in business rates for a further year. And that is true. But that further freeze for another 12 months was only made possible, accepted by the SNP Finance Minister, because of an additional £1.1 billion of support from the UK Government to the Scottish Government. Kate Forbes stood up in Holyrood and said she was only able to do this because of additional support coming from the UK Government to Holyrood, to the Scottish Government, so that is why we had the extension for a full year of business rates in Scotland. And the Right Honourable Gentleman mentioned newspapers were also covered. Of course, the SNP had to be forced to include newspapers in that business rates relief. A vote by the Scottish Conservatives in Holyrood, which they were against to begin with, forced a U-turn, and I will leave it to others to speculate why the SNP at this time would not be wanting to support the newspaper industry in Scotland. But throughout the last year, dealing with this pandemic, the UK Government has delivered unprecedented support for Scottish families and businesses. The furlough scheme and the self-employed income support, protecting 930,000 Scottish jobs, loans to over 90,000 Scottish businesses, and an extension of the reduced rate of VAT for hospitality, leisure and tourism. The £20 per week uplift for universal credit to help those in our society who need it most, something I've been calling for since October of last year. And £9.7 billion of additional funding for Scottish public services. And with this budget, the Chancellor is continuing those vital lifelines, extending furlough and the self-employed income support until September. Just as this pandemic has gone on longer than any of us could have imagined back in March last year, so too has the broad support delivered by the UK Treasury to the people of Scotland. Yet this wasn't just a budget for helping the Scottish economy to survive the pandemic. It was also a budget for our recovery as well, with investments to support the economy in the North East and its transition towards green energy, accelerating the transformative funding for Scottish growth deals to bolster the local economies in Ayrshire, Argyll and Bute and Falkirk, and a freeze on the fuel duty to back Scottish drivers, something crucially important to our remote and rural areas. And just look at how that contrasts with the SNP Scottish Government lobbying for an increase in fuel duty. That's gone widely unreported, but the SNP are calling for an increase when we look at the options for fuel duty. How will that go down with voters in rural Scotland in a few weeks' time? And of course, as the MP for Murray, representing more Scotch whisky distilleries than any other MP in this place, I warmly welcome the freeze on spirits duty. Hugely important to the distilleries in my constituency and indeed the wider alcohol producers in Scotland and across the UK. This budget shows that the UK Government has a plan to rebuild Scotland's economy after the immediate health crisis is over, to create jobs and opportunity in every part of our country as we pull together to deliver our recovery. The Chancellor said the majority of these measures are applying across the United Kingdom. We have a further £1.2 billion of spending going to the Scottish Government. We need to see the Scottish Government ensuring that gets to the services and the businesses who need it most. And the stamp duty freeze. We now see that holiday continuing in England until September, but in Scotland it's now ended. We need to see action on that in Scotland as well. Yet members on the SNP benches cannot welcome this plan. They could not support the budget because they would rather focus on another divisive independence referendum than our recovery from coronavirus. They've said they want to bring this referendum forward at the earliest opportunity, just when people are renewing their ties with friends and families and businesses are beginning to reopen. Madam Deputy Speaker, their plan would not only damage our Scottish recovery, but that of the whole of the United Kingdom. That is the last thing we need right now. What families and businesses across Scotland want to hear from the Scottish Government is a full route map for ending restrictions, not a route map for separation. As I said earlier, they are looking for certainty and for hope. This budget has delivered that by extending the vital lifelines that Scottish families and businesses are relying on. It's now time for the Scottish Government to do the same. The Chancellor has set out an ambitious programme that will not only secure the survival of many jobs and businesses in Scotland, but also provide that basis for our economic recovery in the future. There was just one point that I agreed with the leader of the SNP on. He said Scotland has a choice of two futures. We do. In the coming Scottish Parliament election, voters will decide whether they want to focus of all the politicians and all the parties within the Scottish Parliament to be on another independence referendum or on rebuilding Scotland from coronavirus. Let's not choose more damaging division. Let's instead rebuild Scotland and the whole of the UK together. Today's budget will help us do that. Thank you.
We now go via video link to Seema Malhotra, after which the time limit will go down to 5 minutes. Seema Malhotra.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The extension of furlough and the maintaining of the universal credit uplift are a relief. Cutting universal credit at this time would have been unthinkable, and I thank everyone who joined with Labour in making this point. The Chancellor should have announced this sooner. Last-minute changes and U-turns have become the hallmark of this government, with us now facing the worst economic crisis of any major economy. The government U-turned last week on the £500 test and trace support payment so that parents who stay at home because their children have to self-isolate aren't forced to go without pay or to take annual or unpaid leave. But today he's failed to extend the uplift to those on legacy benefits, including many with disabilities, without explanation. Madam Deputy Speaker, the pandemic has exposed a lack of resilience in our economy, in family finances and in our institutions. We've witnessed the struggle of a weakened and poorly equipped NHS and the social care system after 10 years of the Conservatives. Even before the pandemic, a quarter of households had less than £100 in savings. Madam Deputy Speaker, Step Change has said that 1.2 million people now face severe problem debt, a figure which has doubled since the beginning of the pandemic. My local food banks are struggling, with stories of children turning up without clothes, clean clothes to wear. We need to plan now so that we don't emerge less equal as a society. We saw nothing today that will help that. No pay rise for social care workers. Instead, a forced rise in council tax. The increase in the national minimum wage seems to be a U-turn on the 49p an hour promised last March. The increase in apprenticeship incentives comes on the back of widespread criticism of the apprenticeship levy, with millions unspent. There's a gender impact too. Before the coronavirus pandemic, women, especially low-paid, disabled and minority ethnic women, were more likely than men to be in debt. 61% of those getting into debt to purchase everyday necessities are women. And his speech failed to mention children. 4.2 million children were living in poverty before the pandemic, 9 in a classroom of 30. Removing the 2-child limit and the benefit cap would lift hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty, but he chose not to. 500,000 people are behind on their rent due to the pandemic. Mortgage prisoners, those trapped with their existing lender on high interest rates, are paying hundreds of thousands a year extra in mortgage payments to vulture funds and inactive lenders. Forbearance measures are still urgently needed, and a plan to tackle child poverty. Madam Deputy Speaker, the jobs crisis is hitting the youngest as well as the oldest hardest. Around 600,000 young people are without work, risking a lost generation. Even before the pandemic, and there were around 800,000 people aged 50 to 64 not in work who wanted to be. We need a plan for employment to match the scale of the crisis. That's why it's inexplicable that at the height of the pandemic, work coach hiring almost stopped, with less than 15 work coaches hired from April to June as caseloads more than doubled to over 280 per work coach last summer. His Kickstart scheme has been more of a false start, with only 2,000 placements to date, and Restart hasn't started at all. That's why we need Labour's new jobs promise to guarantee young people aged 16 to 24 unemployed for over 6 months a training or jobs placement, and to extend the same guarantee to those aged over 24 unemployed for over 12 months. And thirdly, investment and green growth across every region and nation of the UK. Madam Deputy Speaker, as we recover from the pandemic, we must invest at speed for growth. A jobs recovery needs a green recovery. Labour's Green Economic Recovery Report would have been a good read for the Chancellor, with plans to spur job creation across the country, including 400,000 green jobs, with many for young people. Just as Britain led the world into the first industrial revolution, swift and targeted government investment and coordination with the private and voluntary sectors is needed to stimulate the economy and jobs. And on good jobs, the Mayor of London's new Good Work standard is the kind of thinking we need to tackle the scourge of low-paid, insecure work, along with flexible recruitment and workplace well-being plans. We should be investing in community-led co-ops. We should see the employment bill come before Parliament. And on aviation, we urgently need a better sector-specific deal to support jobs, to help airports, airlines, and those in the wider supply chain, the ground handlers, caterers, and other businesses critical for aviation and for our economy and trade. Employment in aviation communities like Feltham and Heston has been hit very hard and needs much stronger leadership from the government right now. We should lead the way in the world on zero carbon aviation, but this means accelerating R&D investment to support innovation in the future of green transportation and logistics, and for new technologies to be contributing to greater productivity for businesses in our supply chains. Madam Deputy Speaker, today's budget needed to put in place the strong foundations to support businesses and to give security to all our families, building the base for resilience, for a competitive future, and for shared prosperity for all. Sadly, it fell far short.
Video link to Simon Fell. Are we having some trouble getting to Simon Fell? Okay, what I'm going to do is go to Colm Eastwood.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Thank you to Simon. I have to say, I was interested listening to the member for East Antrim talking about the value of the union as if no other country in the world was investing in businesses and people at this very difficult time. Of course, they're doing it in the Republic of Ireland in a very generous way as well. And I know he's left his place, but I've heard a proposal for after a new Ireland comes into place that there will be a statue erected to the member of East Antrim for all of the work that he's doing to encourage the people of Northern Ireland to vote for a very different constitutional future. So I look forward to cutting the ribbon on that, and maybe Sammy will join us. I find it interesting to hear the Chancellor earlier speaking about whatever it takes and taking lots of credit for the necessary and essential furlough scheme. I mean, I can remember, I don't know if anybody else can, I can remember him being dragged, kicking and screaming almost, to extending the furlough scheme at Halloween. And that left businesses confused and not knowing what they were going to do, and people lost their jobs as a result of it. So it is good, of course, that it's being extended. There should never have been a doubt about that in my view. I also note, Madam Deputy Speaker, very little mention of the B word. Brexit was hardly talked about in the Chancellor's speech. I wonder, is that because the OBR have said today that there will be a reduction of 0.5% in GDPR in the first quarter alone because of Brexit? You know, many people, myself included, warned of the impact of Brexit. It wasn't heard, and pretending that this is going to be the sunny uplands are coming as a result of Brexit is just beginning to be proven wrong every passing week. That plus the millions of pounds of funding from the European Union that is being stripped of the people from the people of Northern Ireland and not replaced at all, not one penny replaced by this government. It just shows you, I think, where this government's priorities lie when they relax the rules for the City of London and strip the people of Northern Ireland with unreplaced funds. I mean, we've heard, and I think these will be proven to be fairly empty, a lot of talk about levelling up for the north of England. Well, where's the levelling up for the north of Ireland? I mean, we know that the protocol, despite what some people want to allege, the protocol is a benefit to us as a result of a very hard Brexit, because it allows our businesses to trade into the British market and also into the European market unencumbered. That is a competitive advantage that nowhere else on these islands has. Where's the effort to maximise that competitive advantage? Where are the investment hubs with incentives in places like Derry that has been stripped and starved of funding from governments and is at the worst end of all of the economic league tables? Where is the support to maximise that benefit and to sell the benefits of the protocol around the world, instead of listening to some of the nonsense that we've heard from some of my colleagues about how damaging the protocol is? It's just not the case. I also note there's nothing to do in this budget around the skills gap in Northern Ireland. We send thousands upon thousands of people away from our shores to study elsewhere. They don't come back, and that strips our communities, our families and our economy of very highly skilled people. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm not somebody who would ever or normally support low corporation tax, but the very fact of the matter is, in Donegal today, just across the border, corporation tax is 12.5%. In Derry, a mile away, very soon it'll be 25%. That will be, so you take an advantage that you have with the protocol and then you harm it by having a double the corporation tax just across the border. And we know that small retailers are on their knees. Not a mention of a windfall tax for Amazon, who are making an absolute fortune at the expense of those retailers. And I know I'm running out of time, Madam Deputy Speaker, but in terms of health, the Chancellor says that the NHS is deserving of immense praise. They don't want your praise. They want more money. They want more money in their pockets, and they want more money in the system. In Northern Ireland, we are 30 times smaller in terms of population to England. Our waiting lists are 100 times longer. Where's the investment in our health service to get us out and through COVID, and to begin to allow people to get proper access to the health service that they deserve? The Northern Ireland Executive have announced a £500 million thank you payment for those workers, waive the taxes on it and allow them to keep the money for themselves.
We now turn to Simon Fell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thanks for coming back to me. I hope my internet holds up now. It's incredible to think that the budget last year didn't even contain the word furlough. 12 months on, the focus was on levelling up. Now it's quite rightly on recovery, and on how that recovery can drive growth in communities like mine and up and down the country. The scale of the support from the government is simply staggering. 65 billion in this budget alone, and closer to 407 billion in total. All of us in this place have perhaps become too used to the idea that if we make the right case, financial support will flow from the Treasury. Of course, in these challenging times, it's not difficult to find people and organisations who are worthy of support. And that's why I believe that this is a truly bold budget, where my right honourable friend has been honest with the British people on the difficult decisions that lay ahead, while maintaining a clear focus on supporting people through COVID and on jobs and growth as we move to recovery. I hold my hand up and I acknowledge that I've been one of those asking Oliver Light for a little bit more, please, sir. This has no doubt been wearing at times, so I'd like to thank my right honourable friend and his fantastic Treasury team for being open to colleagues with ideas and listening to those of us with our bowls out in good grace. And it's that spirit of generosity that I think rings through this budget. Extending furlough through to the end of September, ensuring a further 600,000 self-employed people get support as access to grants is widened. This is the response of a Chancellor and a Treasury team that understand what lifeline these schemes are, and how crucial they'll be to recovery and retaining jobs as we emerge from this pandemic. Similarly, the extension to the universal credit uplift is so very welcome. The uplift has brought so many people help through the extreme challenges of this pandemic. Its continuation is not cheap, but for the many people who've been pushed into the category of just about managing in this crisis, it is a lifeline to them. This hand up to those who need it is yet another policy compassionately delivered in the face of incredibly challenging circumstances. Taken together, these measures will protect livelihoods across the UK and provide peace of mind and the ability for firms and families to catch their breath as we leave lockdown. Walking down Dalton Road in Barrow, Madam Deputy Speaker, you can't get away from the very visible signs that our high street is struggling. My local business owners campaigned hard to gain support. They so very much want to be part of that recovery, and I'm delighted that my right honourable friends recognise the important role they've got to play. The combination of generous restart grants for retail businesses and greater support still for hospitality and leisure, who've been particularly hard hit by coronavirus restrictions, is very welcome indeed. If we in Cumbria want to boost tourism, we need our pubs, bars and restaurants to weather this storm. Restart grants, extending the VAT cut and a freeze in alcohol duty will make all the difference. The 100% business rates holiday last year provided a safety net for so many. Seeing that continue with the vast majority of businesses receiving a 75% cut next year will help our high streets play the part they want to in this recovery. I was elected, Madam Deputy Speaker, to a community that felt left behind and that it hadn't seen investment for decades. In the last year alone, we've seen that corner turned, with 25 million awarded in the town deal, a bypass funded at Grisbeck, and I'm incredibly grateful to colleagues from the Treasury and across government for enabling that to happen. And I'm delighted that there's even more for Barrow and Furness and for communities like mine in this budget. The £150,000 in levelling up capacity funding for Barrow will enable my council to put forward a good bid for the Levelling Up Fund. Winning that will make a tangible difference to our town. Similarly, the £20,000 Community Renewal Fund, which has been granted to Barrow, will help us pilot new approaches to tackle some of the most difficult issues we're facing now, supporting new approaches to tackling poverty and reinforcing our community as a place where people want to live, work and visit. The huge capital allowance bonus for manufacturing is also an incredible boon for the North and will allow us to unlock some of the latent investment which we know is out there. For communities like ours with strong manufacturing bases, from defence to subsea, from world-class LED lighting firms to global exporters. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a remarkable budget for the North and for the whole of the UK. I'm grateful to my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, for his honesty at the scale of the challenge we face, but also for his determination to support people and businesses through this storm. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Selwood.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It certainly has been a year like no other, and when we look back at this point, we will of course reflect on the direct consequences of this pandemic, the impact to livelihoods and the loss of life, and the incredible efforts of the NHS, the military, and indeed the volunteers in getting us through this. But we will also look to see how responsible we were in supporting and protecting jobs, businesses and skill sets, carefully anaesthetising so much of our economic activity to be revived once it was safe to do so. And with plans to gradually ease lockdown about to start, this budget has two simple objectives. Firstly, short-term fiscal support that will assist our workforce until June, when the lifting of any final COVID restrictions takes place. And secondly, the introduction of responsible measures designed to begin to rebalance the books after a year of record borrowing. So I very much welcome the Chancellor's announcements of further economic support relating to the pandemic, extending the furlough scheme, the continuation of the business rates holiday, extensions of the VAT cuts, for example, and the freeze of alcohol duties. These will all be appreciated in my constituency of Bournemouth East, where tourism and hospitality are so critical. But I also make clear that there are calls, people wanting to see lockdown move faster. But no general would commit to a date in achieving the next phase of battle beyond the aspirational until set conditions were met in order to advance. And that's exactly what the Prime Minister is doing now. Now, turning to the longer-term measures, again, when the Chancellor has announced, some of them have received criticism in relating to the manifesto commitments of big taxes not being touched, income tax, national insurance and VAT. But that was before this once-in-a-century event. And we would be storing up problems for the future if we did not take the initial steps to deal with what the scale of the borrowing that's taking place at the moment. We're just starting to lift our heads above the parapet in relation to this pandemic, and to think we could go beyond survival and repair, and what post-COVID, post-Britain will actually look like. So I very much welcome the initiatives that have been put forward in this budget today, national infrastructure programmes, green investment, and also support for veterans' mental health, all very much welcome. And also the digital rollout, important for services as it's taking over from roads and rail in linking businesses together. And I thank the Chancellor for the investment in the Towns Deal Fund, £21 billion going to Boscombe to help regeneration in the core part of my constituency, something that I've been lobbying on, as indeed has the Council for a number of months. So we're very grateful for that. I mentioned digital, and I don't apologise for raising what I call, or what's been referred to as the Rockefeller question. Of course, J.D. Rockefeller was the owner of the company Standard Oil that dominated the oil market in the 1920s. But it took the will of a president there, Theodore Roosevelt, the one person more powerful than Rockefeller, to see Standard Oil's monopoly challenged and subsequently dismantled. And I'm glad to see the Financial Secretary in his place. There is a clash that we've seen between Google and the Australian government. And with the likes of Google, Facebook and so forth dominating the digital world, now owning 80% of the advertising market, there are big questions as to how personal data is harvested, fair competition is supported, and indeed, pertinent to today, is the levels of taxation that are paid. So I do hope this is something that perhaps can be raised at the G7 discussions that take place this year. My final point is actually in relation to China and the scale of impact that this economic powerhouse is having on the areas of interest that we have across the world. It is a superpower, and it's having a geopolitical challenge in the long term, ensnaring many countries into trade deals, infrastructure and security programs that they can ill afford. This is in direct challenge to the very areas that we want to do business with as well. Again, something for the G7 to discuss. Madam Deputy Speaker, we must recognise that as we come out of this pandemic, the world is looking very, very different to what it did like when we went in. And our economic security depends on our national security and vice versa. I do hope the forthcoming integrated review will give clarity as to what global Britain means. We have become a little risk-averse in the last few years in challenging potential threats at source. And I do hope that the tough economic decisions taken today will lead us out of this unprecedented financial shock. And I hope that we can pretty appreciate that the unstable international context that we face is something that we now need to address.
Thank you. Chris Elmore.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Almost exactly a year ago, on the 28th of February, Wales recorded its first case of coronavirus. COVID-19 would go on to turn countless lives, livelihoods and communities upside down. And in my Ogmore constituency, many families have faced the unimaginable loss in unprecedented circumstances. Not just the loss of loved ones, often without being able to say goodbye, or of the precious time with friends and family, but also a previously unimaginable scale of financial loss. Small businesses destroyed seemingly overnight, disappearing jobs, reduced hours, and some people, the excluded, simply falling through the gaps in support and receiving nothing even after their income vanished before their eyes. And I, of course, today welcome the changes that the Chancellor has announced in terms of supporting some of the excluded. But there are still far too many people who are missing out on government support and have been simply bypassed again by this Conservative government. The emotional scarring of the pandemic will be with us for years to come, and we must do all we can to provide the support to mental health and well-being that people need. And I'm very proud that the Welsh Labour Government has already identified the need for this and has begun to implement this support as they seek to move Wales forward. But we need to recognise that alongside the emotional burden, there is also an economic burden. And, as is so often during this pandemic, the Chancellor's plans to tackle it are simply not up to the job. Figures show that 4,415 people in Ogmore are currently furloughed, and 2,705 people are claiming unemployment-related benefits. Months ago, I and my Labour Party colleagues called on the Chancellor to end the speculation and uncertainty surrounding the continuation of this support, and pledged that he would extend the £20 uplift beyond April. I was proud to do the right thing and vote for the £20 per week uplift to universal credit, as I have seen the difference it has made in people's lives across my constituency. Madam Deputy Speaker, while Labour were taking action, the UK government decided to sit on its hands and pretend that no vote was going on. It'll come as no surprise that I find it appalling that I've heard Conservative MPs today say how important the uplift is, but chose to pretend that there was no vote going on just a few months ago, but are now praising the uplift as if the Chancellor has rode in on his white steed and rescued those people who receive universal credit. He could have stopped this speculation many, many months ago. Even this Sunday, the Chancellor was asked by the press if he would end this cliff edge approach to people's income, and again he refused to relieve the anxiety that surrounds families' household budgets. I'm finally pleased that the Chancellor has listened, followed Labour's lead, but I have to ask the question, why on earth has it taken him this long to make the decision? Has he perhaps been waiting for a new graphic for his social media? Does his Instagram account take some time in order to change these things? But in the meanwhile, families across my constituency have been living with this uncertainty, and it simply isn't acceptable. The difference between the Chancellor's reluctance to extend this support and the actions of a Welsh Labour government straining every sinew to support Welsh families is glaring. From the get-go, Welsh Labour ensured that the full force of our government was used to support families, businesses and jobs. Be it the barriers grant giving up to £2,000 to contribute towards the essential cost of starting up a business, the restrictions business fund giving businesses a minimum of between £6,000 and £10,000 grants, or releasing £117 million through rate relief for premises over £500,000 back into the economy. Welsh Labour has targeted everything towards protecting jobs in our communities. Hear, hear. This budget is not just about tackling the challenges of the present, but is about laying the foundations for the future. And the Welsh Labour government understands this and does this every day in the work that it is setting out over the last 10 years of continuous budget cuts. And I ask the question of the Minister and of the Chancellor. They've spent the last 10 years cutting and cutting and cutting the essential foundations of the economy. And now they're simply expecting, with very little plan and idea, to know how they will progress and build an economy back for the future. With such limited expectations and hopes for growth, it's hardly the inspiring budget that was being briefed daily for weeks before it was delivered today on the floor of the House. The scale of the challenge we face as we seek to rebuild after this dreadful pandemic is immense, Madam Deputy Speaker. Our Welsh Labour government has recognised this and said our bold and visionary policies we need to move Wales forward. But today's budget is sadly lacking in ambition and in compassion, and in the compassion that is required by the Chancellor and his colleagues. Families in Ogmore and across the UK have made enormous sacrifices in a collective effort to tackle COVID-19 and keep each other safe. They need a plan for a recovery that matches the scale of that sacrifice, but they will not find it in today's budget.
Thank you. I'm afraid that after the next speaker, the time limit will go down to 3 minutes. Mark Harper.
I'm very grateful, Madam Deputy Speaker. The first thing I wanted to say, reflecting on the Chancellor's excellent budget speech, is that in an emergency, and that is what we have faced over the last year, it's right for the state to use its fiscal firepower to support the people of our country and protect jobs and livelihoods, and that will be welcomed across the country, but particularly in my constituency of the Forest of Dean. And listening to the Chancellor set out the more than £400 billion worth of spending that's been put in place to support jobs and livelihoods, we can see the payoff, because the Independent Office for Budget Responsibility now thinks that the level of unemployment that we will reach at a peak is considerably lower than it was forecasting just last November. And that reduction in unemployment and those jobs that have been protected will be welcomed in my constituency and across the United Kingdom. I'd also like to just welcome the specific help in the budget for my constituency. I particularly welcome the £150,000 that's going to go to my local authority to help them put in place the capacity to bid for money from the Levelling Up Fund. And of course, because members of Parliament are integrally involved in that, I look forward to working with them to put in place an ambitious plan to help improve the economic conditions in my constituency. I also welcome the continued reduction in VAT for hospitality and tourism businesses and the extension of the business rates holiday. I know that will be incredibly welcome to those businesses in my constituency that are raring to go to get back into business but are not yet enabled to do so.
But, Madam Deputy Speaker, because we've had that big one-off amount of borrowing to get us through this crisis, we do need to get the public finances back in shape. And the Chancellor set out very clearly why that is essential. Firstly, because if debt continues rising, we are very vulnerable to a rise in interest rates. A 1% rise in interest rates, modest by historical standards, would mean us having to find £25 billion a year in debt interest, which would mean making very significant savings elsewhere on important public services. And secondly, you have to get the public finances in good shape to prepare us for the inevitable future crisis. And as the Chancellor set out, it was only because we took difficult decisions on tax and spending from 2010 onwards that he was able to have the fiscal firepower, have the borrowing capacity to get us through this crisis. And it's right that he wants to leave the public finances in shape either for himself in the future or a potential successor to deal with any crises to come. And it's important, of course, that that can't happen immediately. It can happen over time. And I'm pleased to see in the, again, the independent forecast that we get the budget back into balance by 2025-26 by three mechanisms. By growing the economy faster, and I welcome the mechanisms that he set out today to increase investment, to get businesses really firing on all cylinders. But it also requires controlling the growth in spending, and I'm pleased to see controlled growth in public spending in the numbers. That is going to mean some difficult decisions in the spending review, and I say to members on both sides of the House, and especially to my own colleagues, it's going to mean making choices, and it's going to mean setting priorities and deciding what we think is important. We can't spend money on absolutely everything we want. As Conservatives, we have to live within our means, and we have to make those difficult decisions. And I hope that as those decisions are made by ministerial colleagues and our Treasury colleagues later this year, that we can all support them. And finally, it means, which is uncomfortable for someone like myself that wants to see lower taxes, it means an increase in taxes. I don't think we're undertaxed, because the tax rises in this budget are going to leave us with the highest tax burden in my lifetime, since before I was born. But I hope they will be temporary, that once we've got the public finances back into shape, then the Chancellor, as he himself says, is a low-tax Conservative. He'll be able to look to continue increasing public spending in line with the growth of the economy, but also be able to reduce taxes so that people can keep more of their hard-earned income, which is central to being a Conservative. So I think it was a very well-judged budget. I think it gets the public finances back into shape, deals with the crisis, the emergency we faced, and prepares us for growth in the years to come, and leaves us in better shape than he found the Treasury. And I commend this budget to the House.
I understand the Honourable Member for Brent North is having some technical problems, so we will go to David Mundell. David.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I want to begin by saying that I believe that today's budget is good news for my constituency. We still need to focus on defeating the pandemic, and the continuing support for local people and businesses is most welcome. Thousands of people in my constituency have benefited from the furlough scheme and the self-employment scheme, but I have lobbied particularly hard to persuade the Chancellor to retain the £20 uplift on universal credit. So most vulnerable people in my constituency elsewhere receive the support they need. I also lobbied for a VAT cut for the hospitality industry, which so many local businesses were in touch with me about, and this will make a real difference to them as they gradually are allowed to reopen. The Chancellor announced a range of other measures to help businesses in England, and we need to see the equivalent delivered here in Scotland, unlike previously when the Scottish Government has sat on money it received from the UK Government and failed to distribute it quickly to businesses. I've always argued that a car is a necessity, not a luxury, in our rural communities, and haulage fuel costs contribute so significantly to the cost of living locally. That's why I've always opposed rises in fuel duty, and so I'm delighted the Chancellor agrees and has frozen fuel duty yet again. In the very short time I have, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to just focus on the issue of access to cash. It was announced this morning that contactless payments would be increased to £100, which I am sure will be welcomed by many. But what the Chancellor did not reference this year, which he did in his last budget, was the operation of the UK cash system and his plans to legislate on access to cash. Our system of cash faces three big issues: the ongoing issue of access, the inverse issue of depositing cash, and the increasingly pressing problem of acceptance of cash. The issue of acceptance of cash has been made more acute by the pandemic. The Bank of England noted in its quarterly bulletin that 42% of people had recently visited a store that would not accept cash, and which conducted a survey which found that 4 in 10 of those who had experienced difficulties paying with cash had left empty-handed when trying to buy groceries. Therefore, it is absolutely essential that the government come forward with legislation and plans on this issue. Without that, we risk crashing into a cashless society where some 17% of adults in the UK, around 8 million, would struggle. And those struggling most would be the elderly, the vulnerable and economically excluded, and those in rural communities such as my Dumfriesshire, Clydesdale and Tweeddale constituency.
We now go to Geraint Davis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Chancellor failed to mention that in the UK we've got the highest coronavirus death rate in the world, 123,000 deaths. We've got the deepest recession of the G7. And he failed to mention the bungled Brexit that's led to a 2/3 cut in our exports since the new year. The budget, of course, simply continues to increase inequality, which itself will reduce the rate of growth. And whilst pumping money in the economy, we look forward to council tax rises, pay freezes for public sector workers, benefit squeezes and service cuts that will further increase inequality. What we need is a healthier, fairer, greener future. And we've only got to look to the Welsh Government on how to do that, because in England, the excess deaths of COVID over the 5-year average are 20%. In Wales, they're only 13%. And if that rate had been applied in England, there would be 36,000 fewer deaths. How? Well, a more cautious approach to social distancing, travel limits, earlier lockdown, and of course contact tracing in public hands rather than the hands of sponsors of the Conservative Party. And also we're rolling out the vaccination very quickly. Indeed, in Labour-run Wales, we've seen the government using the money where it's most needed, not supporting council tax for relief for food superstores who are making exceptional profits, not for stamp duty for holidays for people buying second homes, but a £2 billion resilience fund and the Development Bank of Wales investing in small business to secure 141,000 jobs. This is a successful devolution, but we do need the tools to do the job. And we only get 2% of the money for rail investment for 5% of the population. We do need a high-speed link between Bristol, Cardiff, Swansea and West Wales to help connect the Union. We do need the Shared Prosperity Fund that's spent in Wales for Wales by Wales. We do need a Swansea Bay tidal lagoon that was promised, and we need electrification of the railways. There's much we need, but we aren't getting our fair share, and we didn't hear much about that or anything about it in the budget. We need a fairer future in Britain. There's 6.6 million people who are in hunger and food insecurity each day. We need to double the amount of cooperatives. We need to target investment in smaller companies which are committed to net zero, in particular with local jobs, with a reduce inequality. We need to invest in children from poorer backgrounds who've lost most out in terms of education, and we need to invest in sustainable transport. After all, 64,000 people are dying prematurely from toxic air. Nothing about that again. Labour, of course, increased the size of the economy in the 10 years to 2008 by 40%, and in so doing, doubled the health service and the education service. We need a Labour government to have inclusive growth and to balance the books, and we won't get one until we get the next election.
We're now returning to Barry Gardner.
Today, the Chancellor has been dealing with the economic cost of coronavirus. Coronavirus is a zoonotic disease. And just like SARS and Ebola, it has come about as the result of the increasing stress that human activity has put on the natural world. As a result of coronavirus, the Chancellor admitted borrowing a record £355 billion, and for the first time in over 50 years, public debt has risen above 100% of GDP. I'll say it again, coronavirus is a zoonotic disease. There will be others. Our species is grappling not just with one global pandemic, but with the two global emergencies of climate change and the destruction of nature through biodiversity loss. Today should not just be about the allocation of money, it should be about the management of our assets. Once we understand that our economy is bounded by nature, natural capital, we will perhaps understand the need to stop consuming each year the goods and services that the planet takes 1.6 years to reproduce. Economists call this living beyond our means. The Intergovernmental Panel is clear we need urgent and unprecedented transformational change. If this budget had adopted the principles of the Dasgupta Review, we would have got that change. It would have set out the basis of a green industrial revolution with full investment in low carbon infrastructure and the greening of our economy. It could have created 1 million new jobs. Protecting jobs and maintaining incomes through furlough is only a baseline. Alongside it, the Chancellor should have put in place incentives from companies to spread employment through job sharing, whilst using their non-employed hours engaged in new paid national retraining scheme for zero carbon industries of tomorrow. That would have been transformational and given people currently in old industries hope and security for the future. Yes, set targets for electric vehicles, but retrain the mechanics. Yes, bring more solar and wind arrays, but train the new generation of engineers. Yes, retrofit our homes, but where is the skilled workforce to carry out the work? On the super deduction of 130% tax release on investment, the Chancellor should have said that this could only be used for sustainable green investments and not subsidise what could be environmentally damaging infrastructure by oil and gas corporates. No wonder it took him precisely 37 minutes into his speech before he even mentioned the word green, and that ironically came just after saying there'll be no fuel duty rise. I welcome what the Chancellor said about changing the remit of the Bank of England to consider environmental sustainability and net zero, but a transformative budget would have mandated both climate and nature-related financial disclosures for listed companies. He patted himself on the back and said that he'd be ready when the next crisis comes. The truth is, the next crisis is already here. It's called the climate catastrophe. It's called environmental destruction. And this budget has not prepared us to meet it.
We now have video link to Robert Halfon.
I welcome this budget. It has 5 core purposes: to balance the books, help people through COVID, to cut the cost of living, to champion education, skills and apprenticeships, and to build back better. The fundamentals of levelling up must be about cutting the cost of living. Too many of my Harlow residents are working long hours for low pay. That is why the fuel duty freeze for the 10th year is such good news. The national living wage rise to £8.91 in April will mean that households are £5,200 better off compared to 2010, and cuts in taxes have put £1,205 more in the average worker's pocket. The 6-month extension to the uplifting universal credit will incentivise work and reduce the welfare poverty trap. COVID-19 has been a national disaster for education. The government's £1.7 billion catch-up fund is a huge step forward. Just as the NHS has a 10-year plan, there should be a long-term plan for educational recovery, investing in early years, establishing family hubs in every town, reforming the pupil premium to give more help to the long-term disadvantaged, longer school days, with civil society helping with extra sports, mental health and academic catch-up. I hope the Treasury will hypothecate £150 million raised from the sugar tax to finance school breakfasts in disadvantaged areas. Evidence shows this increases educational attainment by 2 months. The £2 billion Kickstart programme for businesses and the Lifetime Skills Guarantee will rocket boost apprenticeships and jobs. I would urge apprenticeship levy reform to benefit companies that invest in skills our country needs and ensure those from disadvantaged backgrounds climb on the apprenticeship ladder of opportunity. Of course, levelling up means renewing infrastructure. The new hospital plan for Harlow is hugely welcomed by residents as is our new £81 million Junction 7A and planned regeneration funding of up to £76 million. The expected move of Public Health England to Harlow will provide thousands of jobs, boost skills, health, science and economic opportunities across the east of England. The Health Department has already spent over £270 million for the relocation, and this investment shows the government's commitment to Harlow. Build Back Better must also mean genuinely affordable housing. 1 million children live in overcrowded accommodation. The £12.2 billion announced by the Community Secretary is welcome. The government could incentivise housing associations by a flexible grant rate and making more land available for social housing. Of course, Conservatives are for home ownership. The mortgage guarantee is superb, but we should also be the party of quality, affordable housing. But I commend this budget. I urge the Prime Minister and Chancellor to ensure that supporting workers, championing social justice and the ladder of opportunity continue to be at the heart of government decision-making.
Liam Byrne.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm here to speak for the West Midlands because we have a Tory mayor who is failing to use his voice. And the truth is that COVID has hit our region harder than any other region in our country. And the truth is, over the last 4 years, life in our region was getting shorter, it was getting poorer, and it was getting less safe. That is why what we needed from the Chancellor today, Madam Deputy Speaker, was a budget that genuinely levelled up this country so that we can level up our region. I'm grateful for the help in the short term that will make a difference. But the truth is, over the medium term, we saw today £66 billion worth of tax rises that will also fall on teachers and nurses and police officers for the years to come. That is the biggest tax rise that I think we've ever seen in budget history, and it is so high because the growth rate for this country is now coming further and further down. That is why what we needed from the Chancellor today was a meaningful strategy to go from the pandemic to the Paris Agreement, a plan that would set out a plan to reindustrialise our country, to create the new green manufacturing jobs of the country, avoiding the perils that the IMF is warning about of a K-shaped recovery, where the rich go in one direction and the poor go in another. That's what I want for our region. I want our region to be the green workshop of the world. I want our region, the youngest region in Europe, to be the place with the best life chances for young people. I want our region to be a place where we have police back on the streets, because we've had violent crime that has soared by over 100% over the last 2 to 3 years. But that is not what we got today. We have asked for help, but we've been given just 5% of the £3 billion we asked for to get our recovery moving. And what did we get today? The grand total of £2 per person per week. That was it. There is £431 billion in the national capital budget. What did we get today? We should have got an extra £7.7 billion. That would reflect our population share. We got just 3% of that money today. So I'm afraid that once again, Madam Deputy Speaker, we have been left behind, looked over and left out. The towns funds that we secured today, just 3/4 of what Andy Burnham and Steve Rotherham have got up in the North West. Just 39% of what was secured by council leaders in the East Midlands. We cannot go on like this. We need a mayor who's going to stand up and fight for our region. And in May, Madam Deputy Speaker, that's what the residents of our region are going to get.
Hugh Merriman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In welcoming today's budget, I wish to focus on 3 themes. Firstly, supporting Restart. The Chancellor is right to ensure that the workforce and businesses are supported as we open up our economy once again. The continuation of furlough, help for the self-employed, business rate relief and extending temporary VAT reduction will give business the confidence to reopen and plough on. We now really have to encourage people to turn their backs on the lockdown, to get back to their offices, back to hospitality and leisure venues, and do their bit for the nation's economy as we unlock, in the same way that they did for the nation's health when they locked down. Secondly, recovery. The Chancellor is right to invest in our recovery by supporting capital projects which will deliver a yield to UK PLC. Over half of the infrastructure spend is devoted to transport. It's vital that this spend goes on projects which deliver the biggest bang for the buck, not white or green elephants. Thirdly, repayment. The pandemic has seen a government fiscal injection of £407 billion. Much of this has been supported across this House. As the Chancellor has said, this is comparable only to the borrowing from World Wars I and II. National debt now stands at £2 trillion. £30,000 for every man, woman and child. We have a record peacetime deficit. To those who talk of low levels of government borrowing, can I just remind them that an increase of just 1 percentage point across all interest rates will add an extra £25 billion a year to the government's cost of servicing the national debt, money that could otherwise be spent on investing in education or delivering infrastructure. So with regret, I understand the need for a 5-year personal tax allowance freeze, corporation tax increases to 25% from 2023 and other tax-raising measures. The OBR has stated that these tax rises will take the overall tax take and burden to the highest level since 1960s. In addition to increasing the tax yield, we also need to reduce the levels of public spending. This means cuts across the board. I'm deeply disappointed that we are reducing our international aid spending, but I cannot just expect spending cuts to apply to those areas less close to my heart. It was 30 years ago that Margaret Thatcher was taking questions from the media on the 1981 budget. She said this, and it applies as much today. What really gets me is this, that it is very ironic that those who are most critical of the extra tax are those who are most vociferous in demanding the extra expenditure. And what gets me even more is that having demanded that extra expenditure, they are not prepared to face the consequences of their own action and stand by the necessity to get some of the tax to pay for it. She concluded, "I wish some of them had more guts and courage than they have." The Chancellor has shown today he has the guts and courage. It's now down to those of us who similarly believe in fiscal responsibility and in not dumping the next generation into an ever-increasing pool of debt to be true to the Conservative Party's philosophy and make that same case.
Video link, Carol Monaghan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm sure there will be much chest thumping over this budget, but the reality is that many of those most in need of support have been ignored. Furlough has been welcome for some, but for others, including the 3 million excluded who have not received a penny, this budget offers nothing. The 10 million for veterans' mental health is welcome, but many of the veterans and families who contact me do so because of a lack of support from this government. The Chancellor could have rectified the situation that sees payments awarded for injury in service treated as normal income for DWP calculations, but he didn't. What message is he sending to the veterans who have given their health for this country? The recent National Audit Office report on military housing should have shamed this government into action. The report talks of decades of underinvestment, with nearly 2,400 personnel living in such abysmal accommodation, lacking basics such as hot water, that they are not even required to pay rent. This is a government that professes to stand up for the armed forces, so why no funds for this? But central to any COVID recovery plan must be our children. This is a year where disadvantage has been laid bare. And whilst the government has rightly provided digital devices and tutoring schemes in order to learn, children need first to be fed. The Chancellor has agreed to maintain the £20 a week uplift in universal credit until September, which is of course welcome. But does he really think that beyond September this uplift is not required? He's probably never gone round a supermarket trying to decide which basics he can afford. Well, I have, and I can tell you the difference £20 a week would have made during those times. In contrast, we see the Scottish Government introducing the Scottish Child Payment of £10 a week for every child under 6. So we need a commitment from this government that this uplift will be permanent, that it will apply not just to those on universal credit, but also those on legacy benefit, that children can be fed, and then we can talk about meaningful learning. And finally, I want to talk about the children of Yemen. The UN tell us the humanitarian crisis is the worst in the world. 80% of Yemen's population are in need of humanitarian aid. 4 million people displaced, 400,000 children under 5 are at risk of dying from malnutrition. And amid this crisis, the government makes the manifesto-breaking cuts to international aid. If this is the best that global Britain can deliver, it's no surprise that Scotland's choosing a different path. One of the strengths of the UK was a commitment to international development. The situation in Yemen is critical. A tiny proportion of our borrowed funds must be shared with the world's most desperate.
Number 27 withdrawn, so straight to Judith Cumming.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is welcome that the Chancellor has committed to keeping key elements of the support packages in place until September. But businesses and families in my constituency need certainty that they will not, once again, be placed into local restrictions that hurt our local economy. Because last week, the Prime Minister left open the possibility of returning to local restrictions to contain new variants. So I urge the Government to deal with this national crisis with national measures. During the local lockdown in Bradford, we had the perverse situation of people being able to travel to nearby areas to shop, have beauty treatments and go to the gym, all while our local businesses were forced to close. The closing of local economies like this caused permanent economic damage, and many of our businesses may never recover. This unfairness must not be allowed to happen again. Instead, we need a plan for unlocking and recovery, a plan that closes rather than widens the growing gaps in our economy, and that is not what this budget delivers. On the issue of rebalancing our economy, I was disappointed to see no commitment to Northern Powerhouse Rail in this budget. Nothing is more critical to Bradford's long-term economic success than securing the Northern Powerhouse Rail line with a city centre stop in Bradford. In recent years, I've asked ministers 11 times to confirm that this transformational project would go ahead and that, crucially, it would include Bradford. Time and time again, ministers have responded with warm words but no action. And now I worry that we are seeing emerging evidence of this government backing away from its previous commitments to invest in my region and my city. First, the government asks Transport for the North not to submit its outlined strategic business case as was planned. Then there are suggestions in the media that the government is considering a cheaper route which bypasses Bradford, doesn't include a city centre stop, or doesn't even involve a new line at all. Let me be very clear. Upgrading existing lines will not fulfil the manifesto promise this government made, and nor will it provide the infrastructure improvements that the great cities of the North need. A route which misses out Bradford would be a huge mistake. And this matters. This matters for opening up our economy. This matters for rebalancing our economy. This matters for the job prospects and opportunities for the people in my constituency. And it's time for this government to deliver.
Andrew Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I draw the House's attention to my external interests set out in the register. I've come this afternoon to praise what I think is an excellent budget, and if you listen carefully, Madam Deputy Speaker, to the two main front bench speeches opposite, it's clear they do not, in truth, think that much of it is wrong. This has been a year in which the government has truthfully used taxpayers' funds to protect livelihoods, to help business and to help the least well off. And it was additional relief today to see that unemployment was not as bad as many of us feared. So the first point I want to make is that this is an excellent budget, and it will contribute greatly to Britain coming out of recession and out of this crisis over the coming months. The second point I want to make is that I listened carefully to the Right Honourable Gentleman from Hodge Hill's speech. He's clearly in campaigning mode, but one of the real winners from this today is the West Midlands, and it's a huge tribute to Andy Street, the brilliant mayor that we have. He and I have lobbied the Chancellor together, as have many of members of Parliament in the region. He's done a brilliant job, and what today shows is that he is brilliant at getting the government to deliver for the West Midlands. He called for apprenticeship incentives, he called for extending furlough, he called for an extension of the VAT cuts for hospitality and tourism, and he called for cash grants for businesses reopening. And nearly 100 million for the Black Country towns and city centres, a particular issue that he championed, and £59 million for stations to be open. So I want to express my very strong support for the wise way in which he is delivering for the West Midlands, in particular to support his transport plan. And of course we will be looking for more in future as we seek to reopen the Sutton Park line. But the budget today is a triumph for the efforts and hard work of a really brilliant mayor who is delivering for the West Midlands and everyone who lives there. The final and third point I wanted to make, Madam Deputy Speaker, is I was hoping the Chancellor would announce today that this was not the year to cut the 0.7 promise. We have seen over recent days in Yemen vividly what the effect of this will be. Launching Global Britain post-Brexit means it's not the year. In the middle of a global pandemic emphasises that it's not the year. And our chairing of the G7, the only country in the G7 that is cutting development spending, also shows it's not the year to do it. And we would be breaking our promise to the poorest people in the world were this cut to go ahead. Every member of this House was elected just a year ago on a promise to stand by the 0.7. The 0.7 itself reflects our economic circumstances because it has gone down so much, as it must, because the economy has contracted, and that is a big enough cut. So I very much hope the government will think again. At least they must check with the House and have a vote in the House. Brexit is about giving more power to Parliament. The law of the land is 0.7, and it needs parliamentary assent for any change.
Video link to Caroline Lucas.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is the last budget before the UK hosts the COP Climate Summit in November, before it presides over the G7 and takes part in the Global Biodiversity Summit. So in that context, the Chancellor should have embraced the enormous potential for a fair and green recovery, to create hundreds of thousands of jobs and to shift our economy onto new sustainable foundations. Climate leadership means deeds, not words. It means following the science on the speed and scale of the investment required to meet climate goals and halt the loss of biodiversity. You know, the question isn't whether we can find a climate initiative here or a mention of green spaces there. I welcome the progress on green bonds and the investment bank. But the question is whether, as a whole, this budget addresses the climate and ecological emergency with anything approaching the ambition or urgency required. And it gives me no pleasure to say that it does not. It is alarming and disappointing to see the Chancellor doubling down on economic dogma that is fueling the fires of the climate crisis and making our society more unequal and less resilient. Because the Chancellor has failed to make space for nature in his red box, it means we're missing out on thousands of jobs that a National Nature Service could create, for example. And more fundamentally, as the Treasury's own Dasgupta review of the economics of biodiversity explains, biodiversity loss isn't, I quote, undermining nature's productivity, resilience, and adaptability, fueling extreme risk and uncertainty for our economies and well-being. I say in all seriousness, our nation's health and prosperity would be better served by a Chancellor who cared rather more about hedges and hedgehogs and less about hedge funds. I'd like to highlight three big omissions from this budget. First, we needed a climate and nature test so that all spending and fiscal measures are aligned with limiting global heating to 1.5 degrees and the UK's other environmental goals. The idea that the Treasury already accounts adequately for nature is farcical. If that were the case, the Chancellor would, at the very least, be restoring funding for the Green Homes Grant. It is shameful that this scheme is being allowed to wind down. We need it. Second, on green jobs, we need transformational investment to create those jobs. With unemployment rising and so much to be done to create the fair and green economy, we could have been investing millions. 48 billion, for example, over 18 months could have created over 1 million good green jobs. In the US, Joe Biden has a $2 trillion plan to address the climate emergency. Maybe there's been some kind of spreadsheet error here in the UK. And finally, in this budget and beyond, the Chancellor must act on the conclusions of the Dasgupta review. It must respect the fact that we should have been having a well-being budget. We should be shifting towards an economic approach fit for the 21st century, not fixated on GDP growth, but properly putting well-being and the health of people and the planet at the heart of this budget.
Video link to Laura Trott.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The first and most important thing that we need to do today is to focus on the real-world impact that the measures in this budget will have. Jenny Pollard lives in Otford in my constituency. She runs a nail business. She's self-employed, and her first year of trading was 2019-2020. The announcement today means that she can access full support for the first time, which will be a lifeline for her and for her business. The Royal Oak Pub, Marco's, the Danish Connection, all brilliant businesses in my constituency whose trading has been affected through no fault of their own in this pandemic. The Restart grants are exactly what they need to help them reopen and exactly the type of support that we've been asking the Chancellor for. This comprehensive and welcome package of support comes, however, at a cost, and we must be honest with the British people about that. The Labour Party talk a lot about fiscal responsibility, but they haven't set out anything which is fiscally responsible. In contrast, what we've done today is put forward a clear plan for how we're going to start to pay for this support, a plan which provides much needed certainty for business and protect those who need it the most. And I particularly welcome the plan to shelter the smallest companies from the corporation tax rise. But more than that, Madam Deputy Speaker, we know that the best way to recover is to grow. The Honourable Member for Hitchin and Harford and I published a proposal for accelerator zones to encourage regional growth. The paper talked about the need for high-skilled visas, incentives for investment and networks of support, and I'm delighted to see many of those themes picked up today. We know that the country has a long-term issue with productivity, so these measures will help to address the structural barriers which have been holding our country back. And I was very surprised, Madam Deputy Speaker, to hear the Leader of the Opposition complain about a lack of a credible plan to tackle unemployment. Not only was the OBR very clear that our interventions have led to 1.8 million fewer people being out of work than would otherwise be the case, but the Right Honourable Member for Holborn and St Pancras seems to be confused about how you tackle unemployment. It is businesses who create jobs. It is businesses who support employment. To tackle unemployment, you must support business and business investment. And with super deductions, the restart grants, furlough, business rates holiday, we're doing exactly that. Proof, if any more were needed, Madam Deputy Speaker, that this is a budget for the recovery now, but also for beyond.
Karen Smith. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We've learnt a lot about this Chancellor over the last few days, haven't we, beyond the flashy videos. When asked about the Eat Out to Help Out and the summer schemes, any decent person would have stopped. They would have reflected. They would have said they've learnt, they've made mistakes. And that dreadful graph of the rising deaths through last autumn into the winter and after the Prime Minister promised we wouldn't cancel Christmas is a shameful graph. It's shocking, but we've heard no contrition. And worse, we've heard nothing that any lessons have been learnt. That's an affront to our country, and particularly those of us who have lost a loved one too early from this virus. The Chancellor has said he will be honest. Well, let's be honest. The Tory government in 2010 choked off our recovery. They cut back the services we depend on, and the productivity problem we had then has got worse. He said today it's not enough to desire increased productivity. Well, I agree with him on that. But he has done nothing to support it, particularly for young people. EMA scrapped then, early years Sure Start taken back far, far too early. Lower skills level we now still have, further education still not properly funded, the post-16 per pupil level still shamefully too low. Much more is needed to rescue the apprenticeship programme. I welcome the increase, but that's not enough to make sure that programme gets back on track. And young people have lost so much in this time, haven't they? I'd like to take a moment to thank an organisation, Youth Moves, in my Bristol South constituency, who have supported those young people up for an award tonight. Good luck to them. But they need much more help. What we needed was a fix for those years of underinvestment in Bristol's environment and skills. What we got was a sticking plaster that will go nowhere near what we need to support our problems. No support for the West Country. Either they're expecting to win the Metro Mayor election or they just don't care. We needed action. We didn't get it. The environmental crisis and the green growth that we should be pursuing in order to help young people should have been front and centre of this budget, and it hasn't. The City of Bristol College is ready with its Advanced Skills Construction Centre, but again it needs more support to bring people in to help train those young people for those jobs of the future. The roadmap needed to go hand in hand with the public health restrictions. People need to be confident about going shopping, about leisure, about getting on the bus, but the Chancellor does not understand the link between the health of the economy and the health of people. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, if I may just mention, and perhaps the Minister may answer it in he comes back, we were hoping to hear about Temple Meads development today in Bristol. It's crucial to the development of that part of our city, and it would be helpful if he can let us know as soon as possible if that is part of this, or yet again, if the West Country is to be let down by this Tory government.
Yeah. Video link, John Penrose.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I want to support this excellent budget for three main reasons. The first one is right at the start of the Chancellor's speech. He said that he was not wanting to set out his fiscal rules right now, but that he was committing to a principle of no borrowing for everyday spending. And that is absolutely essential given where we are at the moment, given the huge amount of extremely generous, much needed help and support that's been